to reverse the IANA transition, we could ask what they are planning and if that's really an option for the U.S. government.
Chris?
I'm looking at Keith as well, but I think it's fair to say that the U.S. government is not looking to reverse the IANA transition. I think a question was asked about it in a formal request for information from all commentators in an effort to appease one particular U.S. senator who's been provocative on that issue. But I think, and I'm sure if you were asked to ask David Rettel tomorrow, he would tell you that there's no plan to do that. I think it was, and frankly, he's not aware of any way to do it anyway, even if you wanted to try to do it. So for those that are concerned about that, I would not be concerned about the U.S. government attempting to reverse the IANA transition. And I can tell you that certainly from U.S. companies here, none of us support the notion of reversing the IANA transition either, and I think they would get significant pushback from a variety of stakeholders, even if they attempted to. But again, there's no indication that they're seeking to do that. So.
Just to echo that, I read through the NTIA submissions, and I think other stakeholders were also in agreement that it should not be unwound.
So thanks. This is Keith. Yeah, I'll agree with Chris and basically say NTIA has been on record saying that there's really no mechanism for them to take to undo the transition. They can't force ICANN to re-enter into an agreement, bilateral agreement on the IANA functions or anything like that. So I think that's, while the question was asked for the reason that Chris noted, I think there's no expectation that that's a likely scenario, not a desirable scenario, and frankly, maybe not even a doable scenario. So I think we don't have to worry too much about that. Thanks.
Great to hear. Thank you. And just to highlight, there was a really substantial submission to the consultation in question by USCIB. So I recommend you to, if you read one input to that, read that one. It's been it's reinforcing all of our messages that we're supporting here at BASIS, and Barbara really did a great job with all of you in preparing that. So that would be a great indication of where ICC stands on those issues. And on that note, we are also meeting the ICANN president and board at 9 o'clock in the same room. So as soon as we finish with the US meeting, we'll be meeting Ira Marby, Shireen Shalaby, and a couple of the board members. I'm told Matthew Shears will also be with us. Keith here and Diego will be chairing that meeting for us. And we're looking to discuss with them, of course, the issue that's on everybody's minds, the GDPR and the WHOIS question. But we're also hoping to expand that discussion a bit broader and talk about ICANN's strategy in this internet governance space and their priorities moving forward in 2019. I think Matthew would be a good person to ask about that. ICANN has a couple of ideas. They also wanted to, I think, exploring the possibility of becoming an ITU member and engaging more on internet policy discussions that are in that are relevant to ICANN. So if you have any questions or recommendations for us to highlight in that session, please let us know. Please let Keith know as well. Go ahead.
So one note on that, just recently going into the Barcelona ICANN meeting that took place a few weeks ago, Shireen Shalaby, the ICANN board chair, posted a blog that went into quite some detail about his vision and sort of the plans for the upcoming year in the ICANN space, some questions and some provocative, thought-provoking questions and the challenges that he and the ICANN board see. So what I'll do is I'll find the link to that and forward it to Maya and ask you to circulate it to everybody. And before the session tomorrow, if you haven't had an opportunity to read that already, I'd encourage you to do that because I think it'll help frame some of the discussion around that second point. And certainly, as it relates to GDPR and WHOIS and the ongoing policy work in the EPDP and ICANN, obviously a topic of great interest for all of us, and particularly those who have relied upon the WHOIS database for any range of perfectly legitimate reasons is a serious concern, and I'm sure that they'll want to talk about that as well. I expect the response to questions about WHOIS, what comes next, the EPDP, GDPR impact, will be, it's with the community right now in this EPDP, this expedited policy development process, and that the ICANN board will take the recommendations from the community on what to do next. But it's certainly a perfectly reasonable thing to discuss with the board. And Yoran, thank you.
Thanks, Keith. So moving on, because I see we have only 5 minutes on the clock for this. Also tomorrow, starting at 2 o'clock, from 2 to 3, we're meeting with the representatives of the African Union. And we are looking for a co-chair for that meeting. So if I can call on either of you to support Diego in the meeting with the African Union. Volunteer.
I'm happy to do it. What time is it again?
From 2 to 3? All right. Thank you, Cheryl. So we're also hoping to discuss with them their priorities for the internet governance space, their expectations from IGF, and also it would be good to see them what their reaction is to the output-oriented question and what we've been discussing. So with Africa on our minds, I know Disney is preparing a really nice event tomorrow evening, showcasing a movie coming from that region with the Nigerian director, who will also be there to answer some of your questions. So just to break up this boring meeting and think of something fun, please join all of us at 6:30 tomorrow in the evening. And cocktails, absolutely, that's very important. And then moving on to Wednesday, in the morning at 10 o'clock, we are meeting the government of Germany. The meeting will be chaired by Thomas and by Elizabeth, sorry, because we will be losing Diego by Wednesday. And of course, you can imagine Germany, we're looking to see what they have in store for IGF 2019. I think we haven't had an organization for an IGF that started so early. I think the Germans are further along with the organization than the French are right now for this one. They have their budget locked down. They have their dates, which I'm sorry to say will remain over the U.S. Thanksgiving. They have their venue. They have their government representatives who are chairing, who will be here, so you can ask them about that. But also you'll be, of course, they'll be here to answer questions on their priorities for internet policy discussions for the year forward. And they are also looking to hear from business of what we are looking from the IGF, what we are looking to get in 2019. So they were the only delegations who asked questions back, so be prepared to share your ideas and thoughts with them. And one meeting that we have still to be confirmed, and I will get back to you as soon as I hear back, is the government of France. We're looking to meet them on Wednesday morning. Hopefully we can confirm that as soon as possible. David Martignon is in discussion with the state secretary who is taking on his portfolio. As you all know, David Martignon is moving on to Afghanistan to be the ambassador of France. So the IG and internet policy discussions will remain with the Secretary of State. And he is looking to get that participation for us. As soon as that is confirmed, I'll let you know. And of course, be sure to keep an eye out for our IGF newsletter. We're sending that out every day with a couple of highlights from the day past and sharing the highlights of sessions that are coming up. So please feel free to look for that and participate in the sessions. And if there's any other sessions that you would like to highlight or raise attention to, please let us know and we'll highlight that for members. Two open forums that I would like to highlight for you if you haven't seen it yet. The German government is looking for a dialogue on internet governance. That is going on today or tomorrow, I'm not sure. Let me just check here. That's going on tomorrow from 3 to 4. That's about strengthening the IGF. And there is also an open forum by Japan on the G20. That's going on 14th of November on Wednesday. I know. One moment. I'm finishing in 1 minute. Thank you for your understanding. And also an open forum by the Chinese government also on November 14th from 11 to 12 on technological innovations on internet governance issues. So keep an eye out for that, and if you can attend, please do so. Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience. The meeting is wrapped up.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bonjour in good French. This is the workshop number 407 about digital development and data protection in the Global South, MENA region as an example, that I have the pleasure to moderate today together with Madame Zina Bouharb, the online moderator, and also with the rapporteur. Welcome to all of you, and I hope that this session will be of great benefit for you. One of the most important goals of the World Summit on Information Society, the WSIS, was to narrow the digital divide. That may also contribute in narrowing the social divide between the global south and the global north. 15 years later, where we are, was the divide reduced? Did the internet contributed in reducing the gap between the info poor and info rich? How about the development in the global south? What are the digital elements that may help a better economic growth? Did internet contributed in the achievement of the SDGs? Also, what about the other concerns added today to the ones of 2003, such as privacy and data protection? To answer all these questions, eminent experts have been invited to present their views and their experiences thereupon, with a special focus on the MENA region. I will start with Mr. Aziz Hilali, who is a professor at Rabat University. He is president of the Mediterranean Federation of Internet Associations, and he is also member of the ICANN NOMCOM. Aziz, you have the floor. No, Aziz will address the digital divide status 15 years after the conclusion of the World Summit on Information Society and highlight the impact of internet on the development. Aziz, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Tijani. My presentation is, as Tijani said, is based on statistics to show the gap between individual households, geographical area at different socio-economic level in terms of both their opportunities to access ICT and the inequality of use. The latest data on ICT development published by ITU report, which has been published annually since 2009, can be summarized as follows. We have continued progress in connectivity and use of ICTs, supported growth in the availability of communications in the past decade, led by growth mobile cellular telephony and more recently in mobile broadband. We have also rapid growth in mobile broadband services, substantial digital divide between countries and the region and between developed and developing countries. These divides are evident in internet use as well as connectivity. Statistics showed more than half of all households worldwide now have access to the internet. There is also a significant gender digital divide. It is relatively small in developed countries, more pronounced in developing countries, and substantial in less developed countries, LDCs, where only 1 in 7 women is using the internet compared with 1 in 5 men. The gender digital divide in Africa appears to have grown significantly over the past 5 years. Young people also are more likely to be online than their parents. Statistics show that the proportion of online aged 15 to 24 is estimated at more than 70%. worldwide. Here you have 4 charts, and according to WorldStat, the number of internet users has exceeded 4.4 billion in 2018. That is to say 55% of the world population compared to just 1 billion in 2005. This shows that a continuity of steady upward trend during the period. Chart 2 and 3 show that there are considerable differences in the experience of countries in different development categories and in different regions. The 2 graphs respectively show the evolution of the number of individual users in countries with different development status and by different regions between 2005 and 2017. This shows a substantial digital divide between developed countries in which 81 of individuals are now estimated to use internet, only 41 for developing countries and 17.5 for LDCs. Chart 4 shows that the digital divide between developed and developing countries and between regions which are also evident in households' internet access levels. The MENA region, which is part of Asia and the Pacific region, both record just under half of households having internet access. Africa, however, is much lower at 18%, despite continued steady since 2010. And as Tijani asked me to conclude with the impacts of internet of economic development, it is not easy to evaluate with figures the impacts of the internet on development. There are, however, examples that show the positive impacts of the internet that has led developing countries to take advantage of access to global sources of information to improve their economic. These include the impacts on education. Internet use in education has expanded the horizons of knowledge with e-learning and also the variability of educational materials. Also the impacts in medicine. Internet allows the assistance to health personnel working in the field access to medical skills, remote medical intervention. An example in Kenya, thanks to the platform which name is HealthNet, several cases of patients were saved. 3, the impacts of banking and finance. Remote access to banks has facilitated the transfer of money abroad. The best known example is in payment is M-Pesa in Kenya. This system was developed by telephone operator that allowed 30 million users to send cash to other mobile phone users. And impacts of business, the reduction is one of the main the main impact direct connection between buyers and sellers. There is association also between sellers and consumers. And that's finished. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you, Aziz. Thank you. You presented only successful cases, but we will see if Rima will give us other kind of results. The second speaker is Rima Hlais, who is assistant professor at the Lebanese University Faculty of Engineering, and she is also head of the scientific committee at the Lebanese Order of Engineers and Architects for 3 years. She will present the impact of ICTs and internet in particular on the achievement of the SDGs and on the daily life of grassroots population in the Global South. Rima, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's a great pleasure for me to be part of this very interesting session where I will present the impact of ICT and internet in achieving the SDG goals, and I really hope you will enjoy the session. Please first allow me very briefly to thank the organizer of the big job they have done, the Order of Engineers or Architects at Lebanon for their support, and special thanks go to Emmanuel and Tijani for their constant support. 20 years ago, we never could have imagined how smart our mobile phones will become, how integral they will be to our daily life, and to which extent they will impact our manners and behaviors. Modern information and communication technologies have created a global village in which every single individual of the global community is able to communicate with another individual, no matter how distant they are from each other, as if they lived in the same neighborhood. The big fact is that information and communication technology and internet are extremely affecting our societies and accelerating human progress. Based on this fact, I will show you during my presentation that ICT and internet are critical enablers of sustainable development and can play a very crucial role to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals set by the UNDP by 2030. Due to the limited time allocated to my speech, I will only be addressing a few of them, but will be ready to discuss the remaining goals during the next open discussions. Let me start with the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, the quality of education. By 2030, all boys and girls should be attending a free primary and secondary school. Students deserve to get their education from highly professional teachers who are following regular professional trainings. ICT is an empowering revolution in digital learning. Mobile devices connected to internet allow now students as well as teachers to easily access via YouTube explainer videos and massive open online courses, for example. As the statistics shown, we have 37% of children still out of school by 2016, which is unacceptable. Poverty and bad political situations are among several reasons behind this number, as the case in Syria, Yemen, and Iraq, for example. The situation of the refugees in most countries also of the MENA region is very hard. Their children, adolescents, and youth are suffering from lack of educational personnel, especially in rural areas. In such cases, internet can help bridge the gap, given that the prices of computers or smartphones are decreasing, and the internet platform being less expensive than building schools or universities. Empowering our internet accessibility and quality is a must. Connecting students together for collaboration, problem solving, global awareness is very important because the quality education is not only about performance, but it's also about the capacity of students to understand their world and to respect other people and cultures. About the gender equality, which is the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, how ICT and internet can help to empower women and promote gender equality. Due to ICT and internet, everyone has access to the same online resources and opportunities. From statistics, the internet penetration in the MENA region has been 81.4% by December 2017. Via easy access to internet, knowledge is equally addressed to everyone. Women especially will be able to share experiences and similarities in the developed countries, raising awareness about women's rights. Now, due to ICT, women will have direct access to employment opportunities as owners, managers, or employees of new business ventures. Women will also, due to internet access, have stronger voice in their communities. By empowering women through knowledge, opportunities, and choices, we are empowering the whole community to develop and to be productive. Based on my experience in the field of education in universities in my country, Lebanon, I can say that females are nowadays strongly present in almost all the fields, particularly engineering, which is my specialty, in all branches like civil, telecom, electronic, mechanical, biomedical, and chemical engineering. A brief statistic I have done at the Order of Engineers and Architects, I can report a 41% increase in the number of female engineers between the years 2012 and 2017. On the other side, women in the least developed countries are struggling to prove their ability in handling big responsibilities, and thanks to UNDP always present to support us in this long journey. Now about the Sustainable Development Goal number 9, 11, and 12. More than 70% stated by the World Bank of the population in the MENA region are living in urban areas. Cities should be designed with safe and affordable housing. As we need to improve citizen daily life, sustainability requires investments in infrastructure like transport, roads, electricity, and irrigation, and of course, internet and ICT. Uber is an example of service provider via internet for well-being and social impact in poor public transport cities and lack of employment. It helps people generate income by driving and helps commuters tackle lack of public transport. Digital infrastructure is essential to empower innovation, industry, and economy. A lot of efforts should be done to enhance the speed and the quality of the internet in the MENA region. As in 2020, it is expected that only 16% of the mobile internet users in the MENA region will use a 4G connection. Smart grids, smart metering are all innovative technologies that help reducing the consumption. For example, sensors will allow to increase or decrease temperature when needed, dim lights when nobody is around, and send an alert when water leaks happens, for example. Now, ICT themselves require energy consumption. Research is promoted to minimize the negative impact of ICTs. One of these new technologies is harvesting. Energy harvesting is the deriving energy from external sources as solar, thermal, wind, or kinetic energy. This energy, when captured, stored, is able to be used for small wireless autonomous devices like those used in wearable electronics and wireless sensor networks. Now about the good health and well-being, affordable and clean energy, and climate action. Quantified health, as you know, is the future of healthcare. ICT provides each member of the society an electronic medical card where all of the health information are indexed. Data inside are then easily accessible to improve patient health in case of any accident. Moreover, wearable devices can provide information about any patient, which can be remotely analyzed to bring out the convenient outcome regarding the treatment to be followed by the patient. Smart grids allow also buildings to benefit from green energy like solar energy or wind energy to procure electricity in a smart collaborative way with the classical network. Smart buildings can, as described in the previous slide, can enhance a clean energy also. Concerning the climate, Concerning the climate action, an urgent collective work is a must. ICTs can play a crucial role in earth monitoring, sharing climate and weather information via applications where you can find on our smartphones, where the most important point is bringing early warning systems, which in case of disasters can help saving lives of people. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rima, and sorry to cut you. Thank you very much, and I understood from your speech that the goal of the WSIS wasn't achieved, but we are hoping that the SDGs, we will try to reach the goals of the SDGs. Thank you very much. So now we will go to the next speaker, who is Mr. Charles Shaban, who is the Executive Director of Abu Ghazala Intellectual Property and the Chair of Talal Abu Ghazala Group ICT Committee. He is also the Chair of the Arab MAG, the Arab IGF MAG. Charles will provide his experience in the workplace performance, also in the strategy execution, and as well as improving legislation that stimulates investment and leadership. Besides, he will explain how the digital economy provides better opportunities to everyone, including small businesses. Charles, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. A little bit change to the business side, a little bit, especially for our new business leaders, hopefully, and the small businesses in the world, and how this will help. I will go exactly, sorry, I don't have slides, but I will just try to make it in a small, brief information. As Mr. Tijani explained, that any business should think of ICT as a new enabler. And the best way we saw it is that you need to have a strategy, not to wait until something happens. And when I talk about this, I mean, for example, artificial intelligence. Everybody now is talking about it. So will it help your business or not? You need to study it first. If it does help you, you could start, each business, even small businesses, should start preparing what they want to do. I made it as an example, this artificial intelligence, because some people say, I want to be artificial intelligence, I use artificial intelligence systems, but you need to define what you need from this new technology. So this is the most important issue, and what it will solve for you in specific. Usually it has you should have a clear target. For example, let me give you an example in our firm. So we are working on preparing something that even will do the research instead of the paralegals and lawyers. So this is something very new, but at least it will help me reduce a lot of time in the research. Then the person or the individual, the lawyer, the expert, whoever want, he will have to be more innovative because he cannot compete with the machine, by the way, in this speed. So this is a small issue. Going to the legalization part, I think this, our countries should have clear legalization to support the businesses. Some of our countries, since we are talking about the MENA region as an example, I'm sorry to say that some of the countries change a lot. So a business will open, then suddenly he will discover that there was change in the way, the taxation, for example. So this is an important issue, and we witness it in some of the countries. And we witness some small businesses leaving countries because of this issue, which is they say we cannot know what next year there will be a change. So this is what I wanted to mention in specific about legalization, just to try to, hopefully our governments will be able to put something clear to make the business sector confident that this will not change, let's say, next year. Going to the individuals. I think my colleagues already covered what was covered from the SDGs and how the new technology is helping everyone. So from my experience, to be honest, this is a wonderful chance for all individuals to do something special. What I mean by that, a person sitting in Jordan or in a small country has the same chance like anyone in Europe or the US or Japan. When I mean the same chance, he only needs a connection to the internet, and he's an innovative person. I'm sure he can deliver something, and we have some very good experiences in the region, as you know, that some businesses already started with very small online business that doesn't need a lot of investment, and it ended up being a very good known business. I know we have specific time. I will leave the rest maybe interactively at the end of the questions, but since I'm covering for my colleague Nidal, who is the CEO of Intaj, the Internet Information Technology Association of Jordan, I wanted to give you some numbers he gave to me, just to know when you invest in this work and this new technologies, what will happen. Jordan now, for example, has around 75% of the Arabic contents on the internet. So this is, I think, a good number for Jordan. I think you know that now the Arabic contents much better than a few years ago. Still less than 3% of the contents on the internet, but at least it's becoming better, and you can find more contents for the Arabic language. And I'm happy to know that 75% of it is coming from Jordan. The revenue of the ICT firms in Jordan reached more than 2 billion last year. Mainly in the software industry. So many of the software, we have a lot of software from Jordan, this is an example, and they export mainly to the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, United Kingdom, and United States of America. These are their top markets. I'm putting the numbers, as I told you, my colleague Nidal sent to me, so you know that this has a future, and Jordan is an example of it. IT export revenue by, again, I mentioned that, yeah, I'm finished. Yeah, the last number is the total ICT employment. More than 7,500 people were employed last year only in the ICT sector, and 1.2 non-Jordanians only. The rest are Jordanians. So this is a big enabler to even to hire more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles, for this presentation and for telling us how the digital economy gives opportunities for young people in our region. The next speaker is Madame Wafa Ben Hassin, who is a policy leader for MENA region for Access Now, which is a global not-for-profit organization that defends human rights in the digital age. Wafa will provide a perspective on the policies or lack of them related to privacy and data protection, with special focus on the recent introduction of data protection laws in North Africa. She will specifically speak about the application in Tunisia of the existing data protection law since 2004. Wafa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Tijani, and thank you, everybody, for being here. Welcome to the IGF. It's a little bit tough to animate a 9 a.m. session on the first day, but we're trying our best. As Tijani mentioned, the digital development in the Middle East and North African region is growing very quickly. But not only that, because I think my presentation shifts a little bit to more policy-related issues, and we're seeing slowly the sophistication of the digital policy landscape, where digital policy literacy amongst civil society organizations, amongst individuals, and especially amongst governments has gone up, thankfully. One thing I did want to say at the onset is that the Middle East and North Africa region is very diverse, and not every country or not every region within the region is the same. So generally the way that is a better way to conceive of the region is probably like a Maghreb, Levant, and Gulf, because a lot of these regions have specific particularities that really define how the population and how people use the internet, how they use ICTs, how they interact with technology, and as a result, what are the needs from that interaction. To go to the topic of data protection, this is a relatively, I would say, new concept in the region as a whole. The concept of privacy has existed for centuries. It's existed with Arab culture, it's existed with Islamic culture, it's always there. But to actually have that culture of privacy be translated to data protection is something else. Privacy of an individual's information, or what they say and what they don't say, it takes a little bit of effort to translate that into data protection. Because that is the modern understanding of what privacy really means, and also data protection is usually reflected in legislation and regulation that actually and effectively protect one's information, especially personal information. And the concept of data protection as a result is relatively new, especially for policymakers. Some countries have started to take on data protection in their national legislation. And I will go ahead and use the Tunisian example just because it is the most recent example that we have of legislators trying to implement data protection laws. And then after that, I should conclude my presentation, so it won't take long. In Tunisia, we saw, so there has been an organic law on privacy and data protection in 2004. But as I mentioned earlier, it's old laws like that that reflect an idea of privacy, but not necessarily data protection. It doesn't have the nitty-gritty details of what it means to protect an individual and how does that right to privacy interact with other rights, et cetera. So this is where legislation like the one that was introduced this summer, or a little bit earlier than the summer, in Tunisia comes in. And other global pieces of regulation, such as the GDPR, the global data protection, the General Data Protection Regulation in the EU, has influenced countries in the Middle East, North Africa to implement these kinds of laws as well, especially because these countries interact very strongly economically with the EU. So the data protection draft law in Tunisia, really, I think the biggest thing it achieved so far is that it opened up a conversation with multiple stakeholders, with civil society, with the government, with independent authorities, to discuss and negotiate and really kind of hone in on the finer points of the law. So it still hasn't passed. And it has not passed because there was an interesting interaction between certain articles, in certain articles between the right to access public information and the right to the protection of personal data. And so there was a little bit of a friction, I should say, but it's a very positive friction. I think it's a very positive development because we see that civil society is interacting with these concepts. They're trying to define what it really means to have personal data be protected. And what does it also mean to have the right to access public information, which is something that civil society fought very, very hard for in that country in order to have, especially following a regime that didn't allow for the dissemination of public information and public documents. So we're now still having this conversation, the balance between these two, and there are obviously several models to follow in the world. There's the UK model, there are different member states of the EU models, there's the Australian model, and every country kind of finds this balance in its own way. So we're still kind of figuring that out ourselves. But and just one last thing I wanted to mention, data protection should not be seen as something that hinders the growth or creation of businesses. It should be seen as something that encourages it and makes business flourish. And the reason I say this is because as a company, when you protect a user's information and you're compliant with various regulation around the world, you actually have a strategic advantage over other businesses that do not, especially in countries outside the EU. So in the MENA region, we should really start to see this as an opportunity. And I say this all the time to startups I mentor or younger businesses I work with, that this is your chance to really have a bigger opportunity to grow your market and to be more successful as well. So that's the end of my presentation, but I'll be happy to answer questions and continue the conversation later as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wafa. And I have to confess that in Tunisia, I was surprised to see those civil society people be against the data protection law. They say that this is to prevent us to access data. And this is right. They are not wrong. The problem is where to put the bar. This is the problem. And I think that now with the discussion, we are better now. We have a better understanding, and we will reach very soon the right agreement. Thank you very much, Wafa. I would like to, for the record, I would like to express my disappointment that the remote participation is not available in this room. No, it is not available. This is a big problem because remote participation is one of the main factor of the success of IGF. And today, we don't have it. This is really disappointing. Okay, now, last but not the least, our last speaker is Mr. Isa Hasna, who is ICT policy specialist and president of the Jordan Open Source Association, which is a Jordan non-profit organization that promotes open technologies and human rights online. Isa will provide us his perspectives on the protection of digital rights, privacy and data protection policies, or lack of them in Jordan, with special focus on biometric data processing and their protection. Isa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Tijani. Thank you, everyone. I might follow up with the good presentation of my colleague Wafa regarding data protection by providing some legal findings in the MENA region regarding privacy and how basically they are connected with topics like biometric data. So basically, most of Arab countries lack any legal framework to protect personal data. There are some exceptions. The Tunisian one probably is the most famous one. They have data protection since 2004. Other countries that basically currently have data protection laws are Morocco since 2009, Qatar since 2016, although it's not implemented yet. And there are almost, we can say, two newcomers probably as a result of the post-GDPR era. Algeria and Bahrain adopted two data protection laws in 2018. We should mention here that basically there are different countries that are currently drafting data protection laws. Jordan is one of them, Egypt, the UAE, and other Gulf countries as well. At the same time, I want to mention basically two considerations regarding data protection laws. The first one is that not all privacy laws are created equally. Some privacy laws in the Arab world or in other countries might also have some kind of negative implications on the on human rights. I really encourage you to have a look at the recently published Freedom on the Net report that has a complete section about comparison of different data protection laws and some negative implications that they might have. For example, the Moroccan data protection law has some kind of restriction on the use of encryption tools, which is considered somehow to be one of the human rights in the digital era. The second consideration is also regarding that basically that some kind of data protection is already there in some countries, but not really in the data protection law, in a let's say in a harmonized legal framework that take into consideration the rights of the data holder and establish, for example, a data protection authority. Also regarding personal data, actually newer laws tend to differentiate between categories of data, and all of them or most of them create a specific special category for sensitive data. This is actually, we can see that in different MENA regional laws. Morocco, Qatar, Algeria, and Bahrain all have some kind of special protection for sensitive data. And regarding biometric data, some of these laws explicitly mention biometric data, and some of them actually put them within the sensitive data categorization. We have two cases in the MENA region. This is Morocco and Algeria. Both have very explicit definition of biometric or genetic data, and they put some kind of restrictions on how this data are processed or are collected. This was more related to the legal part of the data protection and biometric data. It will be also very interesting to see some kind of recent developments in terms of how biometric data are being used and utilized in the Arab world. We can see that different countries are adopting biometric ID cards. One of the oldest example in the MENA region is probably UAE. They have a biometric ID card program since 2014. And more and more countries are adopting these ID cards. For example, Morocco is expected to have a biometric ID system in 2019. Even other countries are using biometric data for SIM card registration. For example, this is happening in the UAE. There are now recent developments in Jordan to basically, if any citizen would to basically register a SIM card, a telephone, or a line, should provide some kind of biometric data. And we can also see that biometric security has been adopted more and more. For example, face recognition or iris scanning in airports around the MENA region. And regarding to these recent developments, probably we can also ask ourselves some different questions to basically to see how they are affecting the human rights in the digital era. For example, since we are talking about countries, most of them have no legal protection, have no legal framework to protect this personal data. So some of the questions would be who's storing the data, how basically could be transferred into other entities. Are this biometric data that are used for ID systems utilized by other services? We're talking about public services or other platforms that could basically allow their utilization from private entities. Also, what are the rights of the citizen? Are they able to opt out from these biometric ID card systems? Do they have access to their own data? And what is the accuracy or fault percentage of such systems in terms of security or accuracy in general? I will also mention one use case before ending my talk. It's more about using biometric data in terms of facial recognition and iris scanning. There is a big project happening in Jordan, in Syrian refugee camps, actually. That's basically, it's using biometric to bring assistance to refugees. This is a big UNHCR project, so basically refugees are providing their biometrical data in order to get their food rations. Some pros will be to basically there are no lost cards anymore, faster queues, but we could also have a look at the, let's say, negative implications of that. So hackers might be able to access this data. These databases could be used for other purposes. At the end, I will just bring some next steps, I would say, or recommendation regarding that. Privacy laws should be a priority for different legislative and policymakers. Privacy assessment for high-risk data should be there regarding sensitive and biometric data, and probably the civil society and other entities should raise awareness about privacy issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isa. You know that data protection today is one of the hot topics discussed everywhere. Because, as you know, there was a big implication of the use of our data without our consent. So it was, now the European countries have decided to have a regulation about that, which is the GDPR. And everyone who is dealing with European people have to comply with this regulation. Data protection is about data collection, data processing, data transfer, data retention, and data access. So there is a real problem now because we have two main values: the privacy and data protection and the transparency. And this is why there is always, and everywhere, there is a confrontation between those two values. And there are people who are defending the transparency, and they have their rationale, and people who are defending the privacy and data protection, and they have also their rationales. If you know, at ICANN we have today a real debate, very hot debate about that, because the registrant data are collected by registrars, and they are processed, they are used, etc. And with the GDPR, we have to comply with the GDPR. So there is a problem. There is two kinds of people. Those who are defending the privacy and the data protection, who says we don't have to collect as much data, we don't need them. We don't have to distribute it to other parties. Only registrars have to have them. We don't the retention of data when the website, the domain name is expired. We don't have to keep the data. We have to erase it, etc. So we have to comply with GDPR. Other people said, hey, and how we will prevent the cybercrimes? How we will prevent phishing? If today we don't have as much spams as before, it is because we are using these data to eliminate and to stop any kind of use of the domain name for spams, etc. So two things and two variable rationales. And it is not solved yet. I hope it will be solved because I hope that people will have the spirit of the balance, and because all this is the interest of the user. The interest of the registrant is that its data is not shared with everyone, and the interest of the end user is not to have spam, not to have cybercrimes, etc. So I think that in these few years we will have more debate about that, and I hope that we will reach the right consensus. Thank you very much, and now I open the floor to you. Please.
Thank you for the useful description of what's happened.
Can you give your name, please?
Actually, I mean, a good case will be Algeria. The Algerian law regarding data protection is very, very good in terms of rights and how they are dealing with personal data. It's a very GDPR compliant, I could say, and there is a business or economic reason behind that. Lots of companies in Algeria are providing services to Europe, especially France. Probably how it's called, the call centers, for example. Lots of French companies are basically having call centers in Algeria, and they are dealing with personal data of European citizens and French citizens. So what Algeria did is that they really implemented a legal framework that is very compliant with GDPR.
Can I quickly add something to that, Tijani? Yes. Just quickly to follow up on very fast. To answer your question as well about adequacy decisions, I don't know of any country right now in the region that's actually actively applying for that, but I do think that it's important that these countries pass laws that, first of all, protect their own citizens and their own residents' data, and then to make sure that it's compliant with the GDPR.
Thank you for the floor. My name is Jacques Beglinger from Switzerland, from the private sector. And my question is, for all these new legislation in Africa, what is actually the master project before? Is it the GDPR? Is it something genuine? Is it the Council of Europe 108 new revision convention? So what is actually at the basis of it, and how do we make sure that it's some kind of a general assumption what exactly companies, for example, need to do? Because companies have really a challenge, what should be the baseline for them? And currently it's a GDPR, but not in every area of the world. Wafa?
Yeah, so I think this distinction between Convention 108 and the GDPR needs to be made, and I'm definitely not the EU expert here, but Convention 108 has been ratified by a few countries in the region, notably Tunisia, and I believe Morocco is in the process of trying to ratify it, but I could be wrong on that. But several other countries have signed on to it. But signing the Convention 108, even ratifying it, really doesn't mean very much in terms of data protection on the ground of users' data. So this is why the passage of data protection legislation is important to reflect the commitment that the country made to Convention 108. At the basis of these new laws, hopefully, would be the protection of user data, as I mentioned in my previous answer. But at the heart of these movements, of these policy movements, is a certain special economic interaction with the EU, especially for North African countries, where a lot of, for example, call centers exist in North African countries where they're treating the data of European residents. So, so yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and for the record, in Tunisia, the first law on data protection was done in 2004, much before the GDPR. Muna.
Hello everybody, I'm Mona Al-Ashar Jabbour. I'm a professor of law. I work as an expert for the League of Arab States. I've prepared the Convention of Cybersecurity, and the most important thing, I've prepared the study for the Arab region on personal data protection. And what I will say here is that technology won't be the one who rules the net. So I think we have to understand what are the legal concepts. And if it's true that everyone, technical, policymakers, decision maker, whoever, has to contribute, it's true also that legal people have to be here. Our experience with our legislation, the new Lebanese legislation, says that when technical people want to write legislation, they will fail to do it alone. And that's what made our legislation wait for 14 years to be approved. And the last version of it shows very, very clearly that it wasn't well done, because also, according to our experience, those who have contributed wasn't really the one who should be there. And the last meeting we did at the parliament, at the Lebanese parliament, 2 weeks ago, where we called for these NGOs to come and say what they think of the new legislation, showed us people, technical people, who wanted to, for example, go for civil courts for crimes. You see? So they were like saying, well, we don't want to go before penal codes, we want civil courts, which is, excuse me, a pure ununderstanding of the nature of law, of the procedures, and this is a problem. You see? So what we need is, before everything, we need to understand that when we talk about personal data protection, it's true that it is about economic interest and protecting economic interests. But at the end of the day, these interests of whoever states should be protected and defended by law.
Thank you very much, Muna. Of course, if we speak about regulation, we need to involve the legal persons and lawyers, for sure. We will not write regulations by everyone. Any other question or discussion? Yes, please. Go ahead, Abdul.
Ok, bonsoir à tout le monde. Je réponds au nom d'Abdeljalil Bacharbon, je viens du Tchad. Donc ma question, c'est avant tout, je vous remercie, les panélistes et les modérateurs. Donc ma question, quel est le bon élève au niveau de la région du MENA et concernant la protection des données personnelles liées avec le développement numérique qu'on pourrait probablement s'inspirer et appliquer dans nos différents pays. Et je vous remercie.
The question is for you.
Is Morocco?
I used to study school French at school, but
okay, I will translate it. I will translate it. He asked about the good pupil, about data protection in the region. Means that what is the best country?
Oh, I mean, if you want, it's really a very hard and difficult question to answer. I mean, it really depends. What is the standard that we are looking for? I mean, if it's GDPR, I might say the Algerian law is somehow, and since it's also, I mean, somehow new, and it reflects lots of the concepts of the GDPR. But I'm not sure. For example, I mean, I was thinking about how legal and technical people could come together. In Jordan, for example, we have a draft law. Now it's basically the third version of it. And there was a roundtable since for 5 years, for example, that basically were regrouping legal, technical people and trying to put efforts together in order to have very good results in terms of data protection law. So probably the methodology could be better there. I'm not really sure how basically the law in Algeria was basically produced, let's say. So it really depends on which aspects you are looking for. I think I mean, the Tunisian one it was first approved in 2004, so even the general mindset about privacy, even at the global level, was somehow different. Things in the new draft law probably could be somehow more compliant, more inclusive of all the possible rights that the data holder could have.
Wafa, do you have something to add?
Not really, but I did want to say, as a lawyer, I completely agree with Muna, and I also think that whatever data protection laws do pass, especially when it comes to balancing between right to access public information for the citizens, not just for the governments, and the right to privacy, what's really important is that the laws are necessary and proportionate, right? So that they follow these principles, and that even the exceptions that could be noted in the law are not vague, and that they're well defined. For example, like with national security, like that's certainly a legitimate interest. However, the law needs to specify that in clarity, and also have a good remedy for cases that don't go right. So, but yeah, the Algerian law in particular, I mean, I've done a very light analysis of it before, and unfortunately, they didn't really involve a lot of stakeholders in the drafting of that. That's one thing I had a lot of concern with. It just kind of popped up out of nowhere in Parliament. And it is a decent piece of legislation, but I think we could do better in terms of having stakeholders, and I don't just mean civil society, I also mean academia, lawyers, the technical community, etc. So,
Thank you. Okay, Charles.
Just a small addition, not related directly to the subject, but I know that, as my colleague mentioned, in Jordan now they are reviewing the laws. One of the important issues about it is that they have harsh now penalties. So I think this is needed. Some of our countries, Jordan as an example, the penalties was very, to be honest, I don't mind to do something wrong because there were no penalties. Sorry to say that, but it seems you have to enforce it, so they are doing it more. And the other addition I want to say that I read recently in Egypt, they are doing something similar to the GDPR. I'm not sure what is it exactly, but they said they are having their own law, they are studying it, and they will want to enforce it soon.
Thank you, Charles. Muna.
Just, I'm going in the same thinking. What I want to say is that actually when I studied these Arab legislations, I found that they have some common flaws which relates to the authority in charge of protection. And as for the general concept, I think that somewhere it could help, this is my own opinion, when it is about technology. Because it allows the judge or whoever authority is there to extend the protection a little bit. It's very bad, we know, as legal personnel that, excuse me, professional, that general concepts are very dangerous for liberties. And we have to be specific to defend the citizens against the government. But when it is about protecting citizens, I am for the general concepts.
Thank you, Muna. Any other question? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Odélio. I'm a law student from Brazil, and I'm working in an NGO called Institute for Research on Internet and Society. I would like to make a broad question about the data protection authorities. How are the discussions going there? And are you having some difficulties to approve like good institutions for enforcement in the region? Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to answer? You want to answer? Okay.
So if I understood correctly, you're asking about different DPAs in the R board. I mean, they really differ. I mean, and probably because the concept about, even legal concepts behind the DPA, somehow they're somehow different. For example, if we look at the Jordanian example, the DPA is somehow a dependent unit, dependent to the government. It's a single unit within the Ministry of ICT, which doesn't take into account that should be some kind of judiciary power to it. But this is, for example, it's not really the case in other countries like Tunisia. Tunisia have an independent body. This is the case of Morocco as well. How members are selected are basically differ from a country to another, but you can have a mix, for example, of people that are being selected from specific ministries. We are talking about the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Justice, and other members of the DPA that are basically selected or appointed within by the parliament by different houses of the parliament. So there is not really a specific format that is basically implemented in all the MENA region. It really differs from each country to the other. But I mean, a generic idea would be to have a very strong independent authority that has the power to basically to put in practice what is really written in the law in terms of rights and in terms of people that have been affected in terms of data protection could basically recite to these authorities in order to the law to be implemented at the end. And
thank you, Aisa. Yes, last word, yeah.
Actually, I just want to say that protection and privacy, or protection of personal data, needs to be done also across the culture, because also according to our own experience in training and capacity building, whatever you want, we find that people need to understand what it is about. We need to spread the word, and we need to work on that.
Thank you. Any other question? We still have time. No questions? Okay. On a le temps. Wafa.
Yeah, I think education and culture is really important because, and that's part of our work at Access Now as well, is just as a nonprofit, we work a lot with especially vulnerable groups such as children, religious minorities, sexual minorities, people that may need to be more cognizant and vigilant about their digital security. And so kind of helping people understand what it means to be secure online. I think it's important to teach that as well. And we're trying to work on the ground with the Data Protection Authority as well to have the head of the DPA work with schools to teach them how to do that. And also this is another program that I think other multilateral institutions are interested in as well. So yeah, definitely something to keep in mind.
Charles?
Oh.
It's the word of God.
And using money. Okay. Well, thank you. Well, I think I have an advice for the businesses again. I will just end with a small sentence regarding the businesses, that they need to take data protection as a very important issue, not only by teaching all the people working on that, because when you think big, even as a small business, you need to think that you will, your market will be worldwide. So even if you want to deal with Europe, you have to make sure that you comply with the GDPR. When you deal with any other country, you will comply with the laws on that thing. Even for a small issue, and again, this is from experience, even like a mailing list, you cannot send like before unsolicited email. And in fact, yes, as Wafa said, for business, we didn't find it something wrong because we were even affected by spam, and you know all of this. So even this, although some people didn't like it, that they cannot send now, let's say, more news or marketing and material for their clients like before, but I think it's better. So you only send for people who want to receive it, not to make it spam everyone's email about it. So even small thing like this is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. And I would like to comment on this competition between lawyers and technical people that Mona that Mona just mentioned. I don't think that should be something like this, because when you write a regulation, it cannot be written by other people than lawyers and law people. But they will write what the technical people will tell them to write. They have the technical, yeah, exact. So defining the needs is something, writing a regulation is another thing. So I don't feel in Tunisia, for example, we have this competition, frankly speaking. Okay.
No, excuse me. I wasn't talking about competition. I was talking about ignoring the need to talk together and to work together. And as continuing on what Charles said, we had this workshop with Banque du Liban and with the Arab Union for Banks. And the problem there was, even if you look at our bank sector, you know that it is a little bit like Switzerland. So it is very prosperous, it is very aware of all the compliance issues, but when we need to talk with them about the GDPR, there we had problem convince them that they are concerned. That's why I said we do need culture, not only in teaching in schools and universities, wherever, or vulnerable people. We need also to go to business. The most aware sectors of the compliance, international compliance issues, need to understand.
Thank you, Muna. And for the record, GDPR is not the only regulation about data protection. There are a lot. And for example, in Canada, there is one, and far before the GDPR. The problem is that, not the problem, but why the GDPR got this importance, it is because there is fine, very, very big fines. Yeah, for people who don't comply with it. And they have an extraterritorial impact. So this is why the GDPR had this importance. And I think that in the future we have to converge toward a regulation that everyone agrees on, and that will be more or less the global regulation about data protection. I know that there is a big difference between countries, between people. There is a conflict of interest between several people and several countries. I think that we need to go toward the public interest more than the private interest. I mean, the interest of everyone, not the interest of only the business people, not only of the registrants, not only of governments, etc. We need to converge toward a global interest and have a regulation that will be, I think, not exactly the same, but at least harmonized between all countries. I hope that this will happen. If you don't have other questions, we still have time. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Jessica Deer from SMEX in Lebanon, and I was just curious, Mona, you mentioned that there was you had prepared a data protection report for the League of Arab States or something like that in your first comment?
I have prepared a study for the League of Arab States on the legislation, the actual situation of legislation of personal data protection in the Arab countries.
Okay, so I was just curious, is this study public? Is it something that...
Yes, definitely. It is on the site of the League of Arab States. It is on the www. Yes, of course. Well, you let me give you it's public. It is public. Yeah.
Okay. If there is no other questions, I will first thank all our speakers for their very good presentations. And I think that they brought different perspectives and different point of view about this issue of data protection, and also about the development induced by the new technologies in the MENA region particularly. And thank you all. Thank you for the remote moderator, even if we don't have remote. And I would like to repeat it. This is something that we have to highlight and to have to go to the organizers here and tell them that there is something very important missing in this meeting. And thank you all for attending this discussion, and I hope it was of benefit for you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the room 3 of the IGF. I'm Félix Blanc from Internet Without Borders, and we are very happy to have you here. And I would like, first of all, to thank all the participants and who accepted our invitation to come to Paris to discuss this topic, submarine cables and sustainable development goals. I would like also to thank Access Now, our partner, and the IGF and the UNESCO for hosting us. The topic of this session is, as I said, is how to, what is the link between submarine cables and sustainable development goals. Maybe it's not obvious at first, but we will investigate and have input from all our participants, because this SDG, they are two of them are very important for our panel, which is access to infrastructure and connectivity. And because we believe with our assumption here that they are vital for other sustainable development goals, such as health, reducing poverty, and so on, and so on. So there is 3 main goals also that we would like to focus on. The first one is conflict prevention. And because, as you know, we are celebrating the century of the First World War, but during the First World War, one of the first things done by the different actors, belligerents, were to cut telegraph cables. It was a consequence of the declaration of war. And more recently, in a very different context, in Cameroon, the Cameroonian government cut the ACE cable, access to the Anglophone region, and we know maybe it has to be, of course, studied, but there was maybe some link with the conflict which is now going on and degenerating into a kind of civil war. So this is the first thing and the first point. The second one is, of course, the digital divide and the access to backbone. How to reduce the digital divide inside countries for access to landlocked countries, such as Chad, for instance, in Central Africa. What is the solution for countries who don't have access to submarine cables, or also at the global level, what are the implications of new generation of cables, like the Maria cables or other cables that we will discuss today that have very high capacity, up to sometimes 100 times higher capacity than the previous generation. So what will be the implication of these new cables for digital divide? And the last point, we are the UNESCO, and the UNESCO and ITU had an initiative in 2010 about monitoring climate change and geohazards, tsunami and so on, and they proposed, as scientific community, proposed to submarine cable industries to implement sensors to prevent or to monitor climate change in submarine cables, to have a network of sensors. So this initiative might not be relevant from a business perspective or for security issues, but it's, we wanted to do this kind of, to discuss also this initiative, even if there are many other initiatives that can help preventing climate change, and how this kind of infrastructure can be helpful to reach this goal, which is, of course, very important in the SDG. It was already the case, and it's even more nowadays. So just a few questions before we start. The first one is how submarine cables meet with this UN SDG. To justify the title of this panel, and the second one is what's regime of access shall we promote to regime of access to international gateways and IXPs? What kind of regime is needed to reach these goals? And the last question, which is which backbone regulation, not only international submarine backbones, but also like backbones in continental backbones, for instance. Which regulation can provide conditions for a more peaceful and inclusive internet? So each participant will have up to let's say 7-8 minutes, maximum 10, and then will be the red light. And we just maybe a suggestion that each of you, in your conclusive remarks, make some speak about the good practices that you have noticed in your research or in your business activities, because we have business sector here and the academic sector, and also the civil society sector. So many thanks for being here. And now give the floor to Florence, who will moderate this panel.
Good morning, everybody. Bonjour à tous. So my name is Florence. I'm a colleague from Felix, also from Internet Without Borders. So I'm going to introduce each panelist. We have a big panel with lots of people coming from a diversity of continents in the world. And the idea is that after each presentation, we will give you the possibility to make some questions. And before that, our colleague Peter Misek, who is from Access Now, he's co-organizer of this panel. He's going to make a small synthesization, provocation, and after we are going to be able to talk about that together. Our first panelist is Robert Pepper. He wants that we call him Pepper. He's head of connectivity policy and planning at Facebook. Pepper, tell us a little bit what is the strategy of investment of Facebook about submarine cable, and how do you think that it can promote human rights and prevent networks interference?
Thank you, Florence, and thank you very much, for inviting me to be on in the workshop when we made the proposal. But also, I want to thank the French hosts, because it's not just about the free flow of information. This morning we've seen the free flow of coffee, and this has been really important. So I'll come to in a moment to where Facebook fits into this, and you're probably wondering, why is Facebook here talking about submarine cables? Actually, let me ask, how many people here already know that we are co-investing and working with operators? We're actually building out globally submarine cables. About a third of the people. Okay, that's good. That's a higher percentage than usual when I ask the question. So when I think about submarine cables for the SDGs, particularly, I mean, for all of the things that Felix mentioned, but also for connecting the unconnected, which is closing the digital divide, and having people be able to benefit from the use and the access and use of the internet. I think about submarine cables, I mean, literally they're invisible because they're subsea, but as part of a global ecosystem of increasing global bandwidth. It's the submarine cables that are global and regional, and the regional subsea cables are extremely important because you want to keep traffic within regions because it lowers cost, improves performance and latency. It includes opening up landing stations so that you can have a competitive subsea cable market coming into countries, that it actually attracts the types of investment that are needed to increase the global capacity. You need open internet exchange points, particularly when we're talking about regions such as sub-Saharan Africa, so when you have landlocked countries, the question is, how do you keep the traffic within the region without having to route out? You need national backbones and backhaul. One of the things that we have found is that, especially the emerging markets, the way people access the internet is through the mobile internet, and mobile operators cannot scale, cannot provide 3G or 4G, which is needed for really to have mobile broadband without having fiber backhaul. So that's another component. You cannot do real mobile internet on 2G. Doesn't work. And what prevents a lot of these operators from going from GSM 2G to 3G or 4G is the lack of fiber back to their cell site, their tower. You can't do it on narrowband microwave. It also includes having points of presence distributed globally. That reduces the, again, cost of the global traffic and also lowers latency. And then there's caching. So if you take a look at all of these pieces, right, the subcables are the necessary first global piece of this, but it's not sufficient by itself. So it's the necessary but not sufficient first step. And that's, and in order to be able to have a global internet, and it's not just improving the performance for the 3.8 billion people on the internet, it's also extending the networks so that the 3.8 billion people who are not yet connected can be connected. So it is about closing digital divide. And that actually then leads to, just two other things. There have been some key decisions that opened up the global subsea cable market. It used to be, if you go back 30 years, the subsea cable market, maybe 35, was a closed club that was just the incumbent legacy telcos. And they had bilateral agreements in which they invested in subsea cables for voice and a teeny bit of data. There were a couple of regulatory decisions that opened that up and completely changed the market and changed the world. That led to huge investment in competitive fiber, global backbone subsea cables, which changed the nature of global bandwidth. The first was when the FCC in the US opened up the ability for any company to obtain a cable license and opened up landing stations, right? That was a dramatic and radical change that was opposed by all of the incumbent operators. That led to a huge amount of investment. The second, which was similar but really important, probably 15 years later, was when Singapore, which had been adding licenses for additional landing rights to the landing station in Singapore, basically said, we're opening it up. Right? We're just going to open up. We're not going to limit the number of cables coming into Singapore. And by opening up the cable landing station, that led to huge investment in the region, and it kept a lot of the traffic in the region, lowered the costs, improved performance, and also Singapore became a hub. So why is Facebook interested? Well, two reasons, right? One is the mission that we have from Mark Zuckerberg, who is passionate and personally involved in the fact that the world needs to be connected. This is part of the mission in addition to creating community. And it's not about connecting the next billion, it's connecting the next 3.5 billion so that if you get the last billion, the others get pulled through. That cannot happen unless there is global connectivity, right? The second is we have data centers globally, and so we're building out in partnership, always in partnership, cables that are open for others as well. And there are 7 that we've announced we're already announcing publicly and working on. And we do this, and it increases bandwidth for others as well because it's shared. About a year ago, we turned on a cable from the US and Europe, in Spain, which was in partnership with Microsoft and Telefonica. We each have our own dark fibers, and we light them and use them for our own purposes. We use those for connecting our data centers. But the increased capacity with Telefonica is just opening it up and actually increasing capacity and driving the cost down. Others include a cable from US and Japan in partnership with KDDI, NTT, and Amazon, significantly increasing trans-Pacific bandwidth. Another that's to the Philippines, another that's to Hong Kong. That one's in partnership with Telstra from Australia, Tata from India, China Telecom, and China Unicom. Again, dramatically increasing trans-Pacific bandwidth. And then another one, then we have another one we're building to Europe in partnership with others. But then we also do regional. We have a partnership, we're building a cable from Brazil to Argentina, and there's been almost no new investment in international capacity to Argentina. I don't know in how many years, but it's been a very long time. Prices are high, bandwidth is low, and so this one cable that we've announced that we're building in partnership there will increase the international bandwidth into Argentina by 6x. Right? Now, there are other cables coming after that, so it will even increase that more. In terms of connecting the unconnected, going to the first point about scaling the backbone, we have an open fiber that we had a co-investment with Airtel and a small ISP in Africa. In northwest rural Uganda, we built a 770-kilometer fiber core backhaul network that has enabled Airtel to convert its cell sites from 2G to 3G and 4G, right? That is now actually providing mobile broadband as part of that ecosystem I described. In northwest rural Uganda, that was not available. And I'll stop here and we can come back for questions.
Thank you. Sorry for the papers,
Yep, no, that's fine.
Respect the time. So now we are going to talk with Camille Morel here. Camille Morel is a PhD student at the Centre Lyonnais d'études de sécurité internationale et de défense, who is the Center of Study on International Security and Defense. And with Camille, we are going to try to understand a little bit what is the geostrategic issue of the submarine cables, and also understand how is the international norms context. It's okay?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. So first to International Without Borders for organizing this roundtable on the physical aspects of the internet. I think it's something good for the general thematic here. And it's with a lot of humility, of course, that I will present you my research here as a PhD, so student. So the undersea network has, for me, two complementary aspects that give it its geostrategic role. The first is the physical aspects of the infrastructure, and the second one is role in conveying information. Submarine cables link two or more countries or even continents together. This international dimension involves interstate relations, which leads to some political consideration, of course. Firstly, the geographic distribution of submarine cable around the world is unequal, which causes relations of dependence between states. Indeed, as some states are less connected than others to the undersea web, data need to pass through other territories. And of course, that was the case, for South America, for example, before the submarine cables Atlantic 2. International internet data from South America to Europe or Africa had to transit by the North American continent to reach Europe. This has encouraged some states to allow or launch new projects of cables, like Brazil with the latest cable SAGS, for example, or the project HilaLink. I think we will talk about that later. In addition to this willingness of sovereignty and independence, new projects are also initiated by less connected countries to ensure data transmission in case of damage on the cable system. In particular, Algeria experienced an important cut on its single international cables to Asia in 2015, which reduced significantly its connectivity and the access of its citizens to internet. As a vector of information, so the undersea network has helped the expansion and the keeping of powers in the international arena, of course. It played a major role in the growth of information transaction between financial centers, as well as in the development of economic powers. We can also highlight its important role in the control of population at very long distance by maintaining communication, for example, between the empires and their colonies. The information transmitted through the network has always been a matter of strategic interest for states. This explains why they have always conducted and still conduct threatening actions on the infrastructure and on its flow. For example, cuts in times of war, censorship, or intelligence through cables. One famous example concerns the Snowden's disclosures about the National Security Agency practices on cables through upstream. More recently, we can also mention concerns of UK and US officials about Russian vessels near submarine cables, or suspected censorship of undersea traffic during the Arab Spring. This really brief overview shows that submarine cables are actually an object of geopolitical issues, which can be, of course, completed by more immaterial perspectives, like cyberspace perspectives. In this context, so international norms appear insufficient to protect human rights related to submarine cables. Among them, of course, the freedom of information, which is an extension of the freedom of speech, implies freedoms of seeking, receiving, and spreading information without any consideration of borders or media. And another important right is the right to privacy, well known in the context of internet neutrality. However, these two fundamental rights have been scorned and are still scorned today. Intelligence gathering through submarine cables in the context of big data allows states and companies to have access to personal data. Then traffic interruptions on submarine cable systems can lead to internet downtimes, threatening the freedom of information during the time of maintenance of cables. In this context, the protection of submarine cable, mainly covered by the 1884 International Convention for the Protection of Submarine Cables and the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, seems to be insufficient. In particular, the plurality of maritime areas crossed by submarine cable impede this legal effort of protection. Of course, because some of them are under territorial sovereignty, whereas others are not, and in areas under national jurisdiction, the level of protection depends on the goodwill of states to take sufficient measures to protect cables. So in order to be effective, the legal regime of submarine cables has to be harmonized and I think redesigned. In particular, it has to include new types of threats like cyber ones and potential terrorist ones. The scope of the international conventions also has to be expanded. For example, the current status of international cables lets belligerent states free to use submarine cables in times of war. It also does nothing to improve the coordination between operators or between navies, to improve the coordination in case of emergency in the network. Furthermore, the international norms have to take account on the current growth of service providers on the market to ensure the diversity of operators and owners to protect the network neutrality. Finally, I don't know if I'm good. Submarine cables are often considered as critical infrastructure, and they are often regulated by specific norms at regional or national levels. Nevertheless, nothing is planned at the international level. Even through interdependence of law can produce, in case of maybe force majeure, systemic effects on the global society. That's for me.
Thank you, Camille. Now we are staying in the research approach, going back to America, in Canada, with Dwayne Winsek. Dwayne is professor at the Carleton University, and he is also director of the Canadian Media Concentration Project. And with him, we are going to understand better the trend of this concentration around the cables, submarine cables, and maybe try to understand also what is the public role in this situation.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for attending this panel session, and thank you very, very much to Felix and his partner for organizing it. I'm very happy to be here. And my paper really follows up nicely on what Pepper and Camille have just talked about. And in particular, if you think, what we're seeing after Pepper talked here is a kind of a vertical integration between the apps and the services that we're all so familiar with on our devices and on our desktops, the Googles, the Facebooks, the GAFAMs, the FANGs of the world, so to speak, and this idea that the FANGs have come to rule the internet, and we have a very strong case for a kind of a hegemony of an American internet the world wide over. And this would seem, this kind of vertical integration from our devices and desktops, from the apps and services down into the cables, to kind of provide further evidence and kind of proof of the extent to which GAFAM has come to rule the world. I am going to argue actually that is a superficially persuasive case, but actually a misguided case, because if we look down the stack, so to speak, while we see the dominance at the level of service and apps and operating systems, once we get down to things like the submarine cables, the internet exchange points, the ASNs that build, upon which the internet is built, the traffic and its distribution and shifts in its distribution over time, we see a very different world. We see actually a kind of a post-American internet merging, a kind of a multi-polar world, and we can see this in the nature of the consortia that own the submarine cables. And in fact, the consortia have changed from the traditional telecoms carriers to a much more heterogeneous collection of the traditional telecom players, who are still very significant players in here, but a new, or relatively new, kind of 2-decade-old now, class of competitive carriers that have emerged, the Level 3s, the Tatas of the world, the Cogents, and so on. And then we have the CDNs. And so we've got a much more kind of complex and heterogeneous system, and when we look there, we do not see the levels of American dominance that we see in our devices and on our desktops and in the services. So we have a split between the content, where I think it's safe to say that the American companies dominate the world over in many places, except for China and Russia and so on, but not down at the level of the material infrastructure. And instead, what we're seeing is a tilt in the kind of geography and geopolitical economy of the global internet infrastructure, more towards Europe, towards China in particular, the Asia-Pacific region more generally, the BRICS countries, and the global south. One of the kind of truly remarkable things in the last couple of years is the extent to which Africa is finally being wired up with fiber optic cables, and that's driving the internet much deeper into Africa. There's some really interesting things. I've been looking at this at the development of the global information infrastructures basically since in the late 19th century. The first global information infrastructure was, of course, built on copper, the telegraph system. And it was really kind of laid down in the mid-1870s, about a decade after the technology became well understood and investment started to flow. But there was a major financial boom in the early 1870s that ended up in a spectacular bust a few years later, the great financial crisis of 1873. And there was, right on the leading edge of that was the copper wires that built up the worldwide telegraph system. And so there's a ton of investment plowed into the copper wires. They wired up the world. The market collapsed. Many of the companies went bust, but still the wires were left behind and the world was wired. So there's something interesting about these global financial bubbles and busts, because when did we see this occur again? We saw it occur roughly a century and a half later with the dot-com boom. And during the dot-com boom in the final 3 years of the 20th century and into the first kind of 3 years of the 21st century, we saw a massive explosion of investment in the submarine cable system. There were 16 new cables laid across the transatlantic at that time between Europe and North America. There was a very specific geography to this, though, and it was very much northern focused and focused on the European and North American economies. There was so much new capacity laid at that time that 90% of it was kept aside as dark fiber. I love that phrase, dark fiber. It sounds mysterious. We can write a spy novel around it. So the dark fiber was unlit. They didn't put the electronics at the end to kind of turn this fiber on and make the capacity available, because there's so much capacity. There was a glut on the market, and they were concerned about trying to basically preserve pricing power, so they kept the cable unlit. And have only been bringing it on in the last half decade or so. We're still around 50% capacity today. So now if we go, though, there's been a major boom after 2008, but the geography has completely changed. And if we could go to the first slide there, we can see this. And Pepper talked about a couple of more recent projects that I haven't yet included, but the geography now is clearly shift from the northern transatlantic region over to the west coast, so from the west coast of North America over to Asia, and particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. We've got these 6 major projects that were developed over the last decade. And while there are some who are starting to talk about the FAANG's takeover of the world through this kind of vertical integration, as if Facebook and Google and Amazon and Microsoft are going it alone and building out their own fiber to basically move the telecoms carriers aside and that competitive class aside, the fact of the matter is that we are seeing them joining these consortium, and they are sitting cheek by jowl with many state-based incumbents like China Mobile, China Telecom, and so on. And so I don't think they dominate these cables whatsoever. What they've done is they've leased some of the fibers within the cable and the capacity for their own uses. All of this is really important because where you build out the submarine cables, you build out at the ends of those things a couple of things like internet exchange points and the data centers. And this has been particularly important with respect to the Asia-Pacific region, but also Africa. 8 new cables laid around Africa within the last 5 years or so. Finally, the IXPs that the OECD and ITU has been promoting as key to development in Africa are now going there, all right? In terms of governance, these cables are typically governed at the ends through the landing licenses, and the basic rule is the stronger the state, so like the US or Britain, the stronger their authority over the cable and the greater they can exercise capacity. The weaker the state, the less capacity the state has to effectively govern these cables. And I'll leave it there. So it is a post-American internet is at the infrastructure level is my basic argument.
Thank you, Dwayne.
So can you just do one thing? Could you just go to the next 2 slides?
Yes,
just
sure.
Very quickly. Yeah,
Yes, you have still a few minutes if you want to.
Yeah, just go to the next 2. 'Cause what I wanted to show is not working? Frozen. It's frozen. Basically, what it shows is the American share of ASNs dropping from just under 60% to around 30% since 1997. Okay, so this rapid decline, I think the second from the top line is the American share of ASNs. So basically, their share cut in half over a 20-year period. Go to the next one. Internet traffic, same kind of thing. From over 50% of all internet traffic in early 2000s down to around 25%. And then the last one, of course, is the geographical distribution of users. So America used to account for over 50%. In 1997, they now account for 5%. China, 20%. Okay, so all these as indicators of a move away from American-centric internet. Thank you for that indulgence.
Perfect. After this presentation, we stay in America, but go to the south, in Brazil, to understand what is the reality there. I just, before that, maybe say that we have just organized 2 weeks ago a research seminary in Brazil to talk about that. And Barbara, who is representative of the IDEC, the Brazilian Institute of Defense of the Consumers, was also partner of this organization. And she's going to talk for us a little bit what is the point of view of civil society and the context of connectivity in Brazil.
Hi everyone, thank you Florence and Felix for the invitation to speak here. I'm Barbara, as Florence already said, and I'm a researcher in telecom and digital rights at IDEC. And IDEC is a Brazilian civil society organization that works with consumer defense, basically claiming for justice and balance within consumer relations. And in telecom, we specifically work with to increase quality and access in the Brazilian network. And I think to answer these questions, it's necessary to give some background on the connectivity reality in Brazil. According to the most recent research on internet access there, which is called TIC Domicílios, we have 61% of the population connected. But that number varies when we consider regional and socioeconomic inequalities. The rural areas have only 34% of the residents with internet access, and the lower income classes have 30% of residences connected. And the price, the research shows, is the main challenge to universalization. So this data represents all the inequalities we have there and the urgency of public policies to tackle that. And how the submarine cables can help on that. And as everyone said here before, they are an essential part of internet infrastructure that connects data all over the world. So there is a huge impact of the submarine cables on global connectivity and how the internet is distributed. But the question is, what's the impact on local connectivity? And IDEC was invited by Internet Sans Frontières to promote the seminar on submarine cables and its possible impacts. The seminar took place, as Florence said, 2 weeks ago in Rio de Janeiro. And it was really, it was a huge success, and it was important to help to clear some thoughts we had in mind. And I would like to emphasize 2 main lessons of what we learned there. And the first is, yes, submarine cables do have an impact on local connectivity, inequality, and prices. They help to reduce the cost to ISPs, and therefore they can help to reduce the cost to the final customer. And they have the impact also on quality, reducing the latency of connection and to increase speed, which is really welcome when you think of a future of Internet of Things and connected objects, smart cities, etc. So they should not be seen just as private infrastructures that no one knows nothing about, and by no one I mean civil society in general. And they are a really important part of policies directed to tackle connectivity issues. And the second lesson, I think, is, okay, they are important, but they are not the magic missing element that will suddenly help us out and solve all of our problems. Yes, they are important, but they will only have impact if they are thought as in an aggregated way, in a larger policy that brings to the table different aspects of, such as taxes, local distribution of internet exchange points, for example. Speaking more specifically about the new cables that are now being built in Brazil, we have Ela Link, which is really a spotlight because it links Brazil direct to Europe, and it has a project Bella, which is a consortium of different research organizations, such as GEAN here at Europe, RNP at Brazil, Red Clara in Latin America in general, and they bought a part of the capacity of the Ela Link to increase research connections all over these regions. So it will definitely have a public impact. And SAX, which is a cable already put in place between Angola and Brazil, will also have an impact because it's the first South Transatlantic cable that links these two continents. So already an impact on local and regional cooperation and connectivity. And Monet is a cable financed also by Google, which is a content provider. We all know about it. And a part of the cable will be used to link astronomers that are building or are like will consult a telescope in Chile. So another example of how this have an impact on research and global and regional cooperation. I think that's all I had to say here. And EDAC, as a civil society organization, will watch out because I think now we really know the impact that these cables have on connectivity, and they should be seen as a part of policies there directed to tackle these problems. And I think our mission now is that. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. After this point of view of civil society, it's also interesting to understand technically what is happening inside the cables, and sometimes what are the traffic issues, and if we are sure that they all use a full capacity. Well, sometimes it's not happening. And to help us to understand that, we are now hearing Doug Madory. He's director of Internet Analysis of Oracle in the United States.
All right, thanks. Oh, am I on? Can you guys hear me?
It was on. There you go.
Oh, okay. Great, thanks. Thanks for having me. I do have a couple slides here. So I am not in the submarine cable industry per se, but I have been a speaker at a number of submarine cable events over the years. And part of what we do is we are basically a team of computer scientists that were originally a company called Renesas. Later, we were acquired by a DNS service provider, Dyn, and rebranded as Dyn Research. And then Dyn got acquired by Oracle. We got rebranded as Oracle Internet Intelligence. So there's a number of names to keep track of, which is why my slides are always changing as far as the background. But so we do a lot of internet measurement, and we build and supply tools to folks in the internet community, telecoms, and we try to be fairly knowledgeable about what's going on in especially internet routing. And then submarine cables became a little pet area of interest of mine of trying to see if I could understand the impacts of submarine cable cuts. and also spot cable activations prior to their public announcement. And I'll just give a couple of examples of these if you go to the next slide. So a famous one was the Alba 1 submarine cable in Cuba. So prior to this cable coming active, Cuba was entirely dependent on satellite service. In fact, the state that Cuba's in is not unlike a number of nation states around the world. If you don't have a submarine cable, you cannot conduct a modern economy. St. Helena is one that's a project that people are trying to advocate to get a submarine cable to help the people that live on that island in the mid-Atlantic. But in Cuba, the Alba 1 story, so the Venezuelans put up the money to build the cable. It was constructed, and then for a couple of years there was no notice of any change. And I got familiar with the story just seeing people write about it. There's a little cottage industry of people who watch and especially in the United States, watch the internet connectivity in Cuba, and figured I'd set something up within our tools to spot the cable activation as soon as it came up. And sure enough, about 2 years later, after I had wrote my little script, I got my thing woke up, gave me a little email, and said there's a new connection to Cuba. So if you go to the next slide. I have a couple of graphs like these scatter plots, like the one on the left here. These dots are latency measurements. The y-axis is round-trip RTT latencies, and x-axis is time. And so it's a little hard to see from the distance here, but the upper band is a symmetric geostationary satellite. So there's a lower bound on how fast or how low latencies can be when you're on a satellite. They can't be lower than about 480 milliseconds, and that's due to the speed of light. So when we spotted a lower band that was not consistent with the speed of light, then it had to be some surface connection. I wrote this up. We got a lot of press for it. I did notice that the latency was still kind of high for surface, and theorized that it was probably an asymmetric connection where traffic was coming in on the submarine cable, but then still going out satellite, and that's how this round trip time was still above 300 milliseconds from anywhere in the United States. And then a couple days after we wrote that up, then it dropped down and it became symmetrical in the going over the cable. Funny story though, a couple months after this, we wrote this up. We got a fair amount of press. I was at a conference in Medellin, Colombia, and I got introduced to the director of ATEXA, the state telecom of Cuba. And so I introduced myself, and I was like, "Hey, I'm Doug Midori. I wrote this thing about your cable." And so he looked down at my badge, and he looked up at me, and he's like, "Yeah, I know who you are." And I was like, "All right, well, great. I'm not invested in the politics, honestly. It's great. I'm glad you guys. I hope it works well for you." And he's like, "You were right about the asymmetric routing thing." And I was like, "Oh, great. I figured. But." Anyway, this tweet at the bottom here is Yanni Sanchez, who's a pretty prominent dissident who kind of became our best friend around that time, where we were just putting out information that the government was not going to be forthcoming about they had never answered any questions about the status of the cable, and either the government or the state telecom, and so they were forced to, this thing in Granma, the state newspaper, they were forced to confirm our report within a couple days, and so that's kind of a neat outcome of internet measurement. That's a highlight from the past, but if you go to the next slide, this is a more recent activation, and so this has been mentioned a couple times. This is a South Atlantic cable system going from Brazil to Angola. So this too we spotted ahead of the public announcement. Angola Cables were the guys who put this on. Actually, Angola Cables and myself, we did a joint talk at LACNIC. What month is it? September, 2 months ago, I guess. And first they were happy because they were so excited about the cable being up. Then they were annoyed that I didn't let them call their own cable up, and then they got happy again. So we made up and we did a little joint talk about just the improvement of service for going across the South Atlantic. The last major transoceanic route that really wasn't covered by a submarine cable. And so that's a neat milestone of the internet to see this thing come live. If you go to the next slide, one thing that's kind of neat about this cable is, aside from the fact that this is one of the rare cables that connects two developing parts of the world, most cables that get put on are connecting Africa to Europe or South America to the United States. They're connecting a developing part of the world to one of the hubs of the internet. This is going from South America to Africa, and that makes it doubly unique. But also in conjunction with a cable that goes from Fortaleza, Brazil, on up to the United States, latencies from the United States to sub-Saharan Africa are actually faster because it's a shorter geographic path to go down and bounce off Brazil to get to Angola than it is to go across to Europe and down the west coast of Africa. So that's kind of an interesting. It's marginally better. It's not like dramatically different, but it's just the fact that that's possible. These are latency measurements from some of our servers in Tokyo and Singapore, improving their latencies to get to Angola. And you think of the geography here, they're crossing the Pacific, crossing the United States, and they still benefit in going and bouncing off of Brazil from the United States as opposed to going through Western Europe. To nerds like me who look at this all day, that's super neat to see, and not just from Brazil, but from Tokyo to Angola, it got better. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's some debate around the financial viability of this cable as a business, but setting that part aside, it'll be interesting to see if there is benefit to the disintermediation of the United States and Europe from internet paths, how that affects these connections. So in our work documenting developments about the internet, we do a lot of documenting of internet shutdowns. That kind of puts us trying to help out. We're often in a position to try to assist to provide technical data to Access Now or Internet Sans Frontiers. Yeah. Okay, I'll wrap it up. And with that, like for example, the ACE cable going down earlier this year. There was kind of like two events back to back. There was an event on the cable that was visible because you could see impacts on all the countries receiving service from the cable at the same time. And so when that occurs, that's a reasonable. You can make a reasonable assessment that this was cable related, as opposed to something happening in a single country where I think it was Sierra Leone had an internet shutdown. So. And then they blamed it on the cable. We dug into the data and looked at there was actually two events. There was a cable break and a shutdown. They happened within 48 hours of each other. But that's where we feel our role is as far as like being very good at internet measurement, of trying to apply facts to these and just make sure everybody's got the right facts and we know what's going on. And with that, if you go to the next slide, just got like 2 more slides here. We launched this website this year called Internet Intelligence Map, and this is to try to democratize some of the data that we've been putting out over the years of if you want to see routes getting withdrawn or trace route measurements dying off or DNS queries drying up from a country due to some sort of an event, then you can go see this for yourself. You don't have to wait for me to type this up and generate a graph. If you go to the next slide, this is just let's see, using an example. If you advance to the next slide, I'll wrap this up. Is it hung up? Can you go ahead? Thanks. So we're just looking at Syria in, I think it was June, was having high school exams. They take their country down for high school exams. It shows up here, it bubbles up to the top as a country most affected. If you go to the next slide. Sorry, go ahead. One more. So this is the last slide. So then you can kind of see on these 3 different dimensions that we use to analyze just is a country communicating or not. The routes up, are our active measurements responding, or are we receiving queries coming out of the country? Then each of those shows some sort of perturbance that you can, you don't need me to interpret that to see that there's something going on there. One neat thing is the surge of DNS queries. So we know that's an asymmetric outage. There's actually more queries coming out because they don't get response. There's a lot of retries. Anyway, that's kind of a gearhead thing. But anyway, check out the site, and you may find that interesting in some of the work you guys do. That's it.
Great, Doug. Thank you. I think this is directly related with what our last panelist is going to talk about. Kemal Afanian He's responsible for Western African's topic at Internet Without Borders. And he's going just to talk about us, what is the reality of the connectivity there. I think you know about internet shutdowns and such of things. You can talk about that.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank you, Florence and Felix, for the invitation. As you mentioned, I'm responsible for the coordination at Internet Sans Frontières for the West Africa region. And I'm coming from Benin, a small country in the west part of Africa, who's actually connected to 2 cables. So we have 2 internet cables because we have like a good geographical position in the Gulf of Guinea. But the thing is that we were expecting to have like a real impact with those cables on the quality and the price of internet. So basically we have a new population coming to internet, like more and more people are using the mobile telephones to connect, to have access to internet. But at the same time, the digital divide is still present in the population. So nowadays we were able to get information through several reports saying that the cables, the submarine cables are now used under capacity. So basically, we have 2 cables who can help like to transmit a flow, an impressive and a massive flow of information. But like the cables are just used under capacities like approximately 20%. We have nearby countries who are also connected to our cables. So we are still facing issues, though we have investment, we see investment in the infrastructures. So I'm glad to have here Robert Pepper from Facebook, because we saw that like newcomers are interested about investment in cables, submarine cables, and because we already have infrastructures in Benin, and we're still not able to use them with the full potential. We would like to know what guarantee, for example, you at Facebook, for example, as a new new player in this market, could offer, for example, to like population, like users, like basic users of internet, regarding the quality, regarding the price, because in Benin, for example, recently there was like a huge debate in the population because the government wanted to increase the price on the internet usage. So through the mobilization, we managed like to cancel this tax. So I would like to know what kind of guarantee you can offer as a new player in this market. Also, based on the recent Cambridge Analytica scandal, I would like to know also how you could like how you could approach like the data protection on new markets where we have very weak regulations or non-existent regulations at all. So that would be my questions for you. Thank you.
If you want to talk a little bit more, you have still a few minutes.
I think for now I'm fine. So maybe through the discussion we could go further. Yeah.
Just Abdelkarim Yepmou is responsible for Central Africa at Internet Without Borders, and maybe because it's not because his country has no access to submarine cables that you don't have a voice. So can you just say?
Thank you. I just want to ask about our country, especially in Chad. It is a landlocked country and country under non-democratic governments. So how all organizations like Facebook or Keep It On or Access Now or all organizations who are fighting for digital rights in the world and who fight to make internet accessible for all people who have made difficult to access internet in 3 ways. Political ways, because the government don't need people to have access to internet and to have information and to have like a citizen right, defend their citizens' rights. Sorry for my English, I do my best. So secondly, it is economics barrier. The government do everything to make internet very, very, very expensive. So citizens cannot access the internet because they don't have economically power to access it. So how we can do make internet better, cheaper, and accessible for those people in this area. So in the third way is the shutdown. The government make pressure on all telcos in our country and force them to obey in their order to shut down internet or to completely cut connection, telephone or short message or internet, everything like this. So we heard that many organizations are thinking about making like satellites or a balloon for internet, Wi-Fi, I don't know, some kind of technology to help civil society of our country to be able to make connection and have access to the world. So in Central Africa country, democracy or freedom of speech online, journalistic online, or just citizen-run online are not guaranteed. So we really want to know how you can help us to make better and be connected in the world, because this area is a black hole of the internet world. So we are like, we said that we are losing a very important appointment rendezvous of the history, because if we are not at this time connected in the world, we will be like the second rendezvous of the world, who is the world, digital world. So if this area don't have access to this digital world, what can be this world? We are the next excluded people of the next world. I'm very sorry for my English, because I have 1,000 things to tell you, but as you feel now, as you really are seeing now, all this French country have not access to the technology, to the English world. So please help us to do your best to make diplomatic pressure, economic pressure, technological pressure, and institutional pressure to give us the chance to be part of the world's coming. If not, we will be not visible at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdel. It's important to, for us, the question of Africa in Internet Without Borders is a central topic, and I think it's also a topic that has been treated by all the panels here, and it's very important that you can give us this testimony. Before passing to the questions, now we have closed the first session of the panels, and I thank you, everybody. We are going now to pass the microphone to Peter Misek, who is General Counsel at Access Now, and you are going to help us to make a concentrate of the situation, what of the hot questions that have been results of our panel. And after, we are going to invite our panelists to answer to those two questions, and also dialogue a little bit with who have another question or comments to do.
Thank you very much. I'm really privileged to speak as a member of civil society who we've learned knows nothing about cables. It's really exciting to be able to ask questions of your experts. And so I guess that's my first question, is where do I go to learn? How do I learn about these cables that seem to be so important, but don't always have the impacts that they should have, that they could have on increasing our access and letting us enjoy the benefits of the internet? Whose job is it to build capacity among civil society and the public sector to understand and exercise their rights and interests over this essential critical infrastructure? Do cable authorities, whether they're public or private or both, have a real interest and motivation to open up to public scrutiny and to invite us into their, what are probably still very closed discussions? you know, trust, I think, is the theme of this conference, and so this seems like the ultimate, to me, trust us situation where these cable operators have made backroom deals and really stayed invisible. How do we know that they deserve our trust? We've had several crises that have come up. So we have the crisis over surveillance with Edward Snowden's revelations about the NSA's activities. I would say we have crises over lack of access, lack of landing points or underused and dead landing points. We've had crises over disruptions. Is the cable infrastructure prepared for the next crisis, which I'm guessing would be something, let's say cybersecurity or terrorism? Is it prepared? And if it's not, how can the civil society and the public help lay the groundwork in terms of both governance and substantive measures and standards to prepare the sector for the next crisis? And then, yeah, using my prerogative as Access Now, I would really promote using things like the guiding principles on business and human rights, putting human rights and the user at the center of this system and building outwards from there. If we carry out a human rights impact assessment on a new cable, what would the criteria be? And who would be in the steering committee leading that monitoring on an ongoing basis? I think I can leave it there. I think it's great that we started off hearing about these. The 1884, I think you said, convention was the first. And so, you know, is a new treaty needed? And if so, what would be in that treaty governing this essential infrastructure? Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. So yes, we have still 20 minutes. It's good. The proposal will be that if someone have a comment to do or a question, please present himself, introduce themselves, herself, and maybe we can take a block of 3-4 questions and that go back to our panelists. It's okay for you?
Hello, I'm Marta Roldos from Ecuador. I run an investigative journalism website. And we actually had a problem investigating the owner of the submarine cable in Ecuador. It's a cable that goes from the United States, but the last part from Panama to Ecuador is from a new mogul in Ecuador. Some say that he is really the partner of our last vice president that now is in jail because of the Odebrecht cases, and it seems that part of the money of the Odebrecht bribes were used to build that part of the cable. And the problem is what happened. I think it's really good from the South point of view that we have new cable owners and all that stuff. But it should be transparent who are the owners and what are the consequences of that, not just in a geopolitical sense, but also for the citizens. Because in my country, we think that we had a blackout masked as a cable failure. 2 days after, the partner, the ex-vice president, uncle that was his briefcase man, something like that, I don't know how to translate that, went to jail. We made a report about his relationship with the cable owner viral. And then 2 days after that, I received some menacing call telling me to take down the note. I said no. And we had internet practically shut down, at least for social media, 3 days without social media in our computers and all that stuff. And they said that the submarine cable had suffered from a rupture between Panama and Ecuador. But we were looking for the outages report, and the United States has a very complicated system that you cannot navigate because even seconds outage is the same like 3 days outage. At least we couldn't as journalists and civil society, we couldn't understand that system. And we said, well, there should be an authority, a global authority, because our telecom authorities, they didn't give us any kind of reasonable explanation, and we just have to believe what 3 days after the problem the submarine cable owner told us. So we said there should be some kind of international board or act or something that held these people accountable, since they are a lot of people and some of them are not so straight in their behavior. So as users, we have at least the right to know what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you directing your commenter, especially from someone from the panel, just to facilitate a little bit the answer?
I think to Camille, maybe, and I don't know. To all the
Okay.
panel.
No, it's not obligatory, just if in case of. So now, okay, I'm going to try you first, and after the three, and after you go back to another block, but it's okay?
Thanks very much. My name's Paul Wilson from APNIC. I think it's pretty clear that we've moved into a world where the new cables are being built by the CDNs and the platforms like Facebook and Google, and that gives the telcos something new to worry about, which is not just over-the-top services, but under-the-bottom services, because they're being squeezed in both directions in this new environment. I think in light of this change, though, I'm interested to know what obligations the CDNs and the platforms feel to assist in building access to the open internet in the countries that they connect, or maybe the countries that they might go past in dropping a cable, where the marginal cost of dropping a branch into a place which might, who may have no other chance to get cable connectivity, is where that cost is relatively low. And I ask because at APNIC we're looking and very interested in the new developments of undersea cables in the Pacific, and we're providing technical assistance to operators in how to make the best use of cables to provide internet services that are stable and secure and efficient for the people who are relying on them. Because, I mean, I think we all should know that just dropping a cable doesn't guarantee very much at all, whether it's price or security or quality of service. So there's a lot more to be done after a cable is dropped into a place in terms of making sure it actually produces the benefits that we expect. So yeah, the question again is what are the obligations of the platforms, which are no longer the traditional telcos laying cables? What are their obligations to actually provide access to the open internet, and not just to their own services? Thanks.
What is your name? Just I didn't check.
Paul Wilson
Paul.
from APNIC.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Very well. I'm Antonio Moreiras from Brazil, from nic.br. It seems to me, for the comments, for the histories, that it shows that when we have less regulation from the governments, it happens to that the market developed, and we had more cables and things working better. It seems to me that the situation is improving. We have more cables in the south. We have more players doing these cables. And my question is, we really need any kind of regulation by the government about this? It seems to me that no, but I would like to hear the people from the panel specifically in this point. Thank you.
Could you just say your name, please?
Antonio Moreiras.
Hello, everybody. This is Silvat Lander from Afghanistan. And although it's talk about the submarine cables, but as you know, Afghanistan is a dry-up country. So I want to talk about our fiber networks and the challenges we face. So first, we have completed our fiber networks throughout the country and have provided our own fiber links to the borders of our neighboring countries. But our basic problem is that with the exception of our two borders, our other neighbors do not allow us to connect with their networks, fiber networks. So now my question is whether can we afford to go or exchange data through the fiber with this European country or other country? If yes, is there any policy for the crossing fiber cables through the borders? I mean, do you have a clear policy for the fiber networks through the border? How can we cross our fiber network to other borders or from other borders?
Now, okay. It's a phase before it's green, and after it gets red. Because we have like 15 minutes, how many questions do we have still? Just one? Okay, maybe we can take this last question and after go to the panel. It's okay for you, everybody?
Hello, my name's Christopher Foster from the University of Manchester, UK. I just had a couple of questions. First of all, Doug, really interesting about kind of internet measurements and stuff, and I think these tools are becoming kind of a bit more democratized and open, but it's still a really real challenge for like a layperson or civil society to use these tools to try and understand what's going on, some of these kind of more geopolitical issues and cut-offs and so on. So kind of what kind of advice would you recommend for kind of opening up these kind of valuable kind of data to the kind of wider civil society and community? And then also just a very quick question, I guess probably to Dwayne or potentially also Pepper, just asking, I mean, in terms of kind of cabling, locating in certain regions, if certain regions identify problems, there's a lack of cabling or potentially latency issues, how might they attract kind of firms like Facebook or other kind of conglomerates to come in and kind of lay cables into the region? So that was my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to suggest someone have received some direct answer, but I think all the panelists can also make them conclusion about January. I would like to suggest to begin on the other sides, beginning to Kemal and finishing with Robert, but it's okay. Maybe 3 minutes each one.
So briefly, thank you, Florence, once again. I will try to relate to the intervention from Equator because you mentioned the issues related to your investigation, like because of lack of transparency and especially when there was this rupture of the cable. And I would say that we also have the same issues in Benin. So the cable was cut 2 times, in 2007 and in 2011, actually. And in general, the stories related to those situations are quite close to the Loch Ness situation. So basically, we have less information. It's very dark. So in Benin, for now, we have a local authority governing all the electronic activities. So they are responsible for this. But the thing is that the members are chosen by the government, actually. So they are very close to the government. And when they have to provide information or opinion on this kind of situation, sometimes they don't talk that much. So we are putting pressure on the government in Benin, actually, to have the possibility to have more information when this kind of situation happen. Because last time, for example, we knew that there was a Chinese boat somewhere in the high sea who was unfortunately able to broke the cable, and it's happening more and more in Africa. I know that recently in Congo Brazzaville it was also the case. So for now we are putting more pressure to have the capability to get more information, because for now it's we are really facing a lack of transparency regarding this situation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug? Doug?
All right, let's see. I'll answer a couple questions. So the first question that was directed to me, as far as the how people can develop these similar skills or abilities. I guess there's quite a bit of data, public data out there of active measurement, routing data. I'm happy to talk with you afterwards to maybe point you to where that stuff is. I think, and we've got our own data that's, we would like to, we would argue that it's better, but it's, I could do a lot of what I do with public data, and it's really the skill of trying to understand how do you get insight out of the data, and then how do you also track with what's going on in the world, and what would the activation of Russia's cable to Crimea look like in the data, and then try to build some sort of a tool that's going to go and just, I tell reporters, I set traps. I think I know what it's going to look like, and I'm just going to write a little bit of code that's going to try to look for some particular thing, and then alert me when it comes active. That that I've just kind of made up on my own over many years of doing this every day for almost a decade. So and I'm happy to share insights with you. I can't do that in 3 minutes though. Another thing that had come up here as far as like some public requirement of reporting outages, that there probably would be some benefit to that. I know that as someone who does do some reporting on outages, it is a pretty tightly held information. Cable operators do not generally publicly announce all of the different adverse events that are happening to their cables. For the big ones, there's actually quite a lot going on of varying levels of severity. That is not public data. That's given to the people who buy service from them, but they also sign an NDA not to publish that publicly in general. I have a handful of contacts around the world that don't mind, overlooking their NDA to confirm things for me. They won't tell me about it. Not everybody agrees with this, but I've gotten flack from the industry, the submarine cable industry, for writing stuff up and saying, people have written to me in like LinkedIn and stuff, like even if you're not a signatory to the NDA, you're violating the spirit of the NDA that these other guys signed. And I was like, well, hey, listen, I got my own data. I'm making my own conclusions. You cannot stop me. I don't have any. I never said I wouldn't. So, but that's the old school mentality of not sharing anything about outages. And it ends up having real world effects. So last year there was a submarine cable cut. The Easy Cable had a cut near Madagascar. They had to take the cable down to do the maintenance. Unfortunately, they didn't do much of a public notice on this, and when they took the cable down, it's the one cable that serves southern Somalia, so Mogadishu. The cable went down as the candidates for the national election for president were starting their national debate. And as they began their debate, the country's internet went offline, and everybody suspected foul play. The candidates stormed off, issued press releases saying the government's trying to throw the election. And then we could see this as the whole up and down the east coast of Africa all went down at the same time. It was within a couple days of the cut, and then I had again a couple contacts that would confirm this is maintenance. Unfortunately, they didn't let somebody know, and people were really thought the worst. So it would be nice if, aside from guys who like me who like to write stuff up, there's other people who would benefit from some public requirement of announcing at least major stuff, not all the little stuff, the big outages.
Thank you, Doug. Barbara, do you want to answer something?
I agree with him about this and this lack of accountability and transparency that cables have now. And they are infrastructures that have public interest involved. So it should be really important to disclose some information about them. Not all information, because there is a private agreement that, okay, we can't have access, but I think some aspects are really important for the population in general to understand, and that's it. I mean, I think.
I would suggest their research. I've used theirs in the past. Telegeography. Hugely expensive, but they also make a pretty rich taste sample from Telegeography. Subtel Forum is also publicly available. On Africa, Steve Song is the god of good insights there. In terms of the question of trust, transparency, what kind of standards or criteria could we use in terms of civil liberties and these kinds of things, this is a big black hole. I mean, in the United States, cable landing licenses, their announcement are done entirely at the prerogative of the president, who oversees and makes a final determination after a committee of foreign investment in the United States, which is made up of all the security agencies in the United States, vets an application, imposes whatever kind of backdoor lawful access requirements are on the cable, and then the president decides whether he or she will deign to tell you if this cable has been permitted, but they won't tell you anything. So if this is a standard in the United States, the idea of getting access in most other countries is very unlikely. So, we can maybe tie Bob up here, or Pepper up here, and try to force some info out of him, but I don't think that would be in the spirit of the conference. So really difficult, but I think really, really important. 1884, I mean, that's, geez, this is why the last major agreement understanding on this is well over a century old. One thing I'd like to push back on a little bit, but I'm hearing from my colleague here the third time, and it was raised by this gentleman here, the idea that the platforms are gobbling up the carriers. And I'm not convinced, but I want to be, I want to have an open mind and hear about this. My view is that still we have, and I've got a list from Telegeography here, the full, the purchase stuff of the cables that are being laid without any of the platforms involved. I also showed that the platforms are part of consortia. And what I heard best was from an interview I did with Telefonica, which is basically the platforms are their best customers, strategic rivals when they go to competitors, and real competitors when they decide to lay their own. So it's a multiple and conflictual thing.
Thank you, Joanne. Camille.
To answer the need for transparency and the more widely issues of public intervention in the private sector, I think first requirements on transparency can be had to maybe new conventions in terms of public-private partnership, and even if doesn't consider the social society, is a first step to require from private actors some information that today are missing. The second question, of the public intervention in the public sector, I think it's an old issue, of course, even if in the context of, I don't know, common goods or other related issues. My opinion is that in a security perspective, we can consider first that more cables are landing in a territory, more the resiliency is important. But the thing is that the lack of transparency in how this capacity is used and actually use also can be a big problem of identity of which country need really an improvement of resiliency or not. And for the questions about new regulations on cables, I think that we have already problems on cyber perspectives on the station where cables are landing on territory, and so we have to improve the cyber norms on that point, specifically on submarine cables landing stations. That's all.
Thank you. Robert, Pepper.
So according to the clock, there's 30 seconds. So I'm happy to talk to people sort of offline. We can continue the conversation. By the way, I agree. Steve Song is one of the people who actually has a lot of data, and he will be on a session we're doing on community networks at 12:30, so you can ping him there. On the transparency question, I'm a little confused actually, because every time there's an application, you must declare who the owners are, right? And so there is a process, and this is a national process. So if in Ecuador they do not require, actually, again, I don't want to there's a lot here going on. I'm happy to take it offline, but in the U.S. or where we're part of cables, when the application is made, you disclose who the owners are, right? And if a country is not doing that or does not require that, that's national legislation that should be required. We can talk about that. There's so much to talk about. The questions, I think, about, for Paul, I'm going to address your question. And it goes back to what Dwayne said. The reason we're investing in cables is because there's a lack of capacity, right? And the reason we also invest, we do not invest alone. And this goes to, I think, the Telefonica point. I've had conversations with multiple traditional network operators who've said, if we had not been a co-investor, they would not have built the cable, right? So the cables they are building, right, as common carriers, right, they're providing connectivity. There is more bandwidth available for public use versus private use because of the investment by, a Facebook or Amazon or Google or Microsoft or SAP or IBM, the companies that have data centers that are essentially using capacity for private networks. There have always been private networks, but there's not enough capacity for that. So we see this as sort of mutually beneficial in terms of, because of the mutually interdependent symbiotic relationship. We need really great public networks. We also need capacity. And by co-investing, it reduces the cost for everybody. And if you look at very specifically all of those cables, what you're seeing is expanded capacity, not shrinking capacity. And again, we're out of time, but it also includes things like, which we're totally committed to, which are IXPs, which are open, which actually help address your concerns. We have a project in which we are supporting in a very big way over multiple years ISOC to implement, right? We're supporting, it's an ISOC project that we're supporting, building out open IXPs across Africa, right? And again, these are the types of things that make sure and ensure that these networks are open, even if there's capacity used for what have always been private networks to, for enterprise or corporate networks. I think we're out of time, unfortunately, but I'm happy. I'm going to be around all day and happy to talk to people about all of this.
So thank you to all of you. It will help us, these inputs will help us with promoting a more peaceful and inclusive internet, as I said before. We can continue the discussion working in the UNESCO, so see you soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming for this session. We will start the session, the panel, very soon. Thank you. I would like to invite people from the back to join us in the front, and maybe we can start the meeting. As you know, the remote participation is experiencing some difficulties. We would have a speaker, a panelist from UNCTAD to join us. If it doesn't work, I will read a statement on behalf. So thank you very much again for coming. This is the process-related meeting towards the WSIS Forum 2019. It's the first physical meeting after its launch in July this summer. And we will go through some of the already announced partnerships, also talk about the open calls, invite the communities to contribute and take them through. It's a great pleasure for us to have today Ms. Sasha Rubel from UNESCO, also Mr. Denis Sussar from UNDESA, and we would like to invite them to give some opening remarks. Sasha, please.
Thank you very much. Colleagues from the UNCTAD and UNDESA and the ITU, thank you for being here despite your plenipotentiary happening at the same time, very far away from here. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of UNESCO, I'm pleased to greet you and to welcome you as one of the co-organizers of the WSIS Forum in the framework of this open forum, Implementation of World Summit on the Information Society, Action Lines for Sustainable Development Goals. It's widely recognized that the theme of this year's WSIS Forum, Information and Communication Technologies for Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, is at the heart of UNESCO's mandate and endeavor. UNESCO is the UN agency with a mandate to uphold freedom of expression and promote the free flow of ideas by word and image. UNESCO works to increase inclusive knowledge societies and empower local communities by increasing access to and preservation and sharing of information and knowledge in all of UNESCO's domains of competence. And I'd like to recognize several of my colleagues in the room that are working very actively on this, including Jaco Dutoit, who is the coordinator of our Information for All program, as well as Guillerme, who is responsible for the CI program in Montevideo. So you can see we are in force in our intergovernmental programs and also via our presence in the field, coordinated by our Chief of the Executive Office, Cedric Wackholtz, working to put into place follow-up to all of our work in the framework of WSIS. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision of universal knowledge societies relies upon a free and open use of new technologies that can foster capabilities to access as well as contribute to global knowledge pools. Access to information and knowledge now carries a much wider connotation and includes access to the internet, access to other digital technologies, and the ability to create an enabling environment to seek and receive knowledge online. It also includes strategies to produce digital content and innovative technologies that can enhance skills, particularly of youth and women. And in this regard, later on in this open forum, I look forward to talking about the work we'll be doing jointly with other UN agencies in the hackathon foreseen as a lead-up to the WSIS Forum in 2019. As you know, UNESCO continues to serve as the facilitator for 6 of the WSIS action lines on access to information and knowledge, e-learning, e-science, cultural diversity and identity, linguistic diversity and local content, media, and ethical dimensions of the information society. In this regard, we're working through internet universality frameworks to support the internet as a rights-based, open, accessible, and multi-stakeholder-driven tool, also known as the Rome Principles. We have developed tools to assess internet policies and how they are enhancing democracy and building knowledge societies to build and ensure sustainable development. And in this regard, we have developed internet universality indicators along these principles. In this regard, I'd like to invite you to our open forum that will be occurring tomorrow on measuring a free, open, rights-based, and inclusive internet. It will happen tomorrow, Tuesday, from 4:10 to 5:10 in room 10. And I invite all of those interested to attend, not only because of the interesting subject, but our room 10 is the traditional room of the executive board and one of the most monumental rooms in our headquarters. Dear colleagues, as I mentioned this year in the WSIS Forum 2019, we will be coordinating the WSIS Hackathon around the theme Hacking Solutions for Lifelong Learning and Livelihoods prior to the WSIS Forum in Geneva. We will be doing this in partnership with the ITU, but also in partnership with the private sector and other UN agencies. And we look forward to placing an emphasis on the role that digital skills and digital entrepreneurship play in ensuring ICTs play their full role in sustainable development. In addition to this hackathon, we will be proposing 3 high-level panels dedicated to questions related to accessibility, cultural heritage, and artificial intelligence, and indigenous languages. As many of you know, 2019 is the International Year of Indigenous Languages, based on a recommendation by the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. UNESCO is working very actively in this regard to make sure that indigenous languages are preserved, also in the online environment. And in this regard, we look forward to working with other UN agencies and partners in the public and private sector to make sure that indigenous languages are both preserved and promoted in cyberspace. In closing, I'd like to underline that in taking the combined WSIS SDG operational framework forward that we are working on with the ITU, UNESCO's position is clear. Universal access to information and knowledge and freedom of expression are the foundations for inclusive and sustainable development. In empowering every woman and man, they are fundamentally forces for dialogue, mutual understanding, and lasting peace. I take this opportunity to thank everyone in this room for your continued cooperation, UNESCO colleagues, UN colleagues, and colleagues from civil society in the public and private sector. And I look forward, on behalf of UNESCO, continuing to work with you to implement our commitments in the framework of WSIS and to building knowledge societies around the world jointly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sasha. It's been a great pleasure to be working with UNESCO and other co-organizers of the WSIS process, also with our other colleagues from the UN agencies as lead facilitators and other contributors. I would like to see now whether we have the colleague from UNCTAD present remotely. If not, maybe we can have Torbjörn joining us later. They have shared with me their statement to read on behalf. It will be my pleasure. On behalf of the Mr. Torbjörn Fredriksson, Chief of the ICT Policy Section, Division of the Technology and Logistics of UNCTAD, this is the following statement. UNCTAD is proud to be a co-organizer of the WSIS Forum 2019. As many of you know, we have been involved in this for many years and have found the process a valuable sounding board for our work in the digital economy and an excellent opportunity to engage with stakeholders beyond our traditional intergovernmental framework. Thank you to ITU and UNESCO for organizing this first physical meeting on the open consultation process. UNCTAD mostly wants to encourage all those stakeholders participating today, both on-site and remotely, to start preparing for their impactful contributions to the WSIS Forum 2019. April is not far away. Views from multiple stakeholders are the strength of the WSIS Forum. We are here to listen to you, and particularly in our case, to hear your inputs on the economic and trade aspects of the information society and the ICT for development. UNCTAD is not the only co-organizer of the WSIS Forum, but also a co-facilitator of the Action Line C7 on e-business, along with the International Trade Center and the Universal Postal Union. UNCTAD contributes to this action line through its work to help developing countries join the digital economy and get the maximum benefits of e-commerce. For developing countries to develop an enabling environment for e-commerce, they must look at the number of policy areas, including ICT infrastructure and services, awareness raising and skills development, the legal and regulatory framework, electronic payments, trade logistics, and financing for e-commerce. We would like to invite VICI stakeholders in any of these areas to contribute to e-commerce for development through the UNCTAD e-commerce week. Like the VICIS Forum, the UNCTAD e-commerce week is open to all kinds of stakeholders. There is a first regional e-commerce week next month. The Africa e-commerce week is taking place in Nairobi from 10 to 14 December 2018. And you can register online by going to our dedicated website. Just Google UNCTAD Africa e-commerce week to find it. Under the theme, Empowering African Economies in the Digital Era, the Africa e-commerce week will examine ways to enhance the ability of African countries to engage in and benefit from e-commerce and the evolving digital economy. There will also be the 5th Global e-commerce week in Geneva from 1st to 5th of April 2019, back to back with the VICIS Forum. As you will notice, this is week preceding the VICIS Forum 2019, and we hope that you will be able to join us. The theme of the week will in 2019 be From Digitalization to Development. Please save the date, and registration for that event will open early next year. Thank you very much for your time attending this meeting, and we look forward to a rich exchange with you in the coming months. Thank you again to our co-organizers. We should also mention our colleagues from UNDP who could not be present with us today. We're very happy that so far the VICIS Forum has been evolving with the support of many stakeholders coming to the VICIS Forum, and we're looking forward to continuing the work with all of you. Maybe I can now share some practical and more detailed information about the upcoming VICIS Forum 2019, and later I will invite the leading facilitator on behalf of UNDESA, Mr. Susar, to address the floor. And we also have with us today VICIS Prize winner in 2019 from ISOC, Joyce. Denise, maybe I can come to sit on your place. It will be easier to control the presentation. Thank you. Thank you. So the upcoming VICIS Forum takes place on 8th to 12th of April 2019. All right. Thank you. The topic and the theme of this VICIS Forum is Information and Communication Technologies for Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I will share with you, and you have this presentation online already, so I will just quickly go to what will VICIS Forum showcase this year, as we are already doing it for many years, and some of the new formats we hope to receive by the contributions from the community. We have this VICIS Forum to showcase the advancements of the frontier technologies for social development and change, technologies such as drones for social good, the human face of artificial intelligence, the world of the rapidly growing cryptocurrencies and other blockchain technologies for development, 3D design, design for thinking, and 3D printing, and so on, will be showcased at the VICIS Forum based on the contributions that we have received so far through the OCP process and also during the VICIS Forum 2018. The KPIs for the upcoming forum are following the trend from the past. We are looking into having more than 2,500 participants from 150 countries, with more than 100 high-level representatives from the governments and the private sector, civil society, academia, and others. We are also looking to have more than 150 workshops and sessions We will be happy to and pleased to announce and host the VISIS Prize ceremonies with 18 VISIS winners and 72 VISIS champions. The VISIS Forum exhibition will also take place with more than 25 stands at a free of charge, as you all know, and we do hope to have the balanced multi-stakeholder participation. The VISIS outcomes that are programmed for the 2019 forum are reflecting from the outcome document, the high-level track, also the VISIS action line supporting implementation of the SDGs, VISIS stock-taking report, the continuation of the VISIS Forum 2018 and SDG matrix, plus the VISIS stock-taking success stories. It is a great pleasure to also remind you that the first VISIS annual forum took place in 2009. Since its establishment in 2003 and 2005, VISIS process implementation of the VISIS action lines were taken individually by the UN agencies within their working groups related to the VISIS forum. And in 2009, we have announced and established the first annual forum that will bring all of you together in Geneva to discuss how are the VISIS action lines implemented. Next year, we will be celebrating the 10th anniversary since the first establishment, and there will be some special events dedicated to this amazing anniversary. Another announcement to look forward to is the Accessibility Day at the VISIS Forum, or the special events that we are exploring to have together with our community. And I also invite you to contribute to this day. I will now go to the reminder of the open calls. As you know, VISIS Forum is crowdsourced. The content and the format of the forum is crowdsourced. We are reaching out to the community, asking you for your proposals and suggestions on what would be the next topic, the next session, who should be the speakers. And I please invite you to follow this through online submission forms and through the next physical meeting and so on. Also, the high-level track on the 9th and 10th of April at the VISIS Forum. The speaker requests for the ministers, CEOs, and head of organizations will be available soon. Finally, the deadline for this open consultation process is the 10th of February 2019. We also have the call for the high-level track facilitators with the same deadline, and the photo contest, something that we have started 3 years ago, and so far has proved to be quite a successful exercise. As you many know, sometimes looking for a particular photo that will explain the ICT for development projects is not so easy to find when you're making your presentations or you're trying to enrich your websites. And this was the idea where we started actually to call for these photos from around the world, from the ground. And we have received so far many amazing photos. I invite you to check the VISIS photo contest 2017 and 2018 results. VISIS Prizes deadline is this month, at the end of this month, and I will talk more about it later. As I mentioned, these are the 5 phases of the VISIS open consultation, VISIS Forum open consultation process. The launch took place on the 2nd of July. Today we're having the first physical meeting, and the next physical meeting is scheduled sometime in January and February. We will soon be announcing the dates. Final deadline for submissions, again, is the 10th of February 2019, and the final brief will be on March 8th, 2019. As I mentioned, all the submissions are to be taken electronically. I do invite you to share this information with your communities and your networks. It is very important that we receive as many contributions and many proposals through the OCP process and shape the format for the next year following these submissions. The VISIS stock-taking process, one of the integral parts since 2004 of the VISIS process in general, is calling again for the VISIS stock-taking report 2019. The deadline is end of the month, together with the VISIS prizes. And what we are looking into related to the VISIS stock-taking process is to collect as many as possible good ICT practices that are helping the development and also advancing sustainable development goals. VISIS Forum, as you know, since 2015, when it had the final review in New York by the United Nations General Assembly, aligned together with the Sustainable Development Goals and is linking all these processes with this important global agenda. The same as WSIS Forum and WSIS process, WSIS Stocktaking is aligning itself with the Sustainable Development Goals, trying to see how are particular projects on the ground helping advance a particular Sustainable Development Goal or its targets. The report itself will be published during the WSIS Forum next year. And you should all know, and you should be all proud that the WSIS Stocktaking database currently has more than 10,000 entries and has a growing community of more than 350,000 stakeholders that were submitting and contributing to the WSIS Stocktaking process since 2004. Since 2012, one of the integral parts of the WSIS Stocktaking was the WSIS Prizes contest, and since 2010 we have launched the WSIS Stocktaking online platform, and all the submissions are to be taken electronically. One of the most globally recognized contests awarding best ICT practices for Sustainable Development Goals is the WSIS Prize contest. It was established in 2012, and we're looking forward to the 8th edition of this contest. And maybe you should all know that we've been growing rapidly since its beginning, and in 2015, when we reached the magic number of 300 submissions, last year we had 492. The increase itself, we're looking to have submissions more than 500 in 2019, and we would like to invite all of you to share this amazing opportunity to promote ICT projects around the world, especially those under the radar of the greater efforts on helping development. All the calls are to be submitted online, and I do have, WSIS has, an ITU has a booth here at the IGF number 36, so please, 37, so please come and I'll share more information on how you should be promoting this process within your communities and networks, and further on which of the phases to follow, especially the online voting phase that will take place at the end of the year. The open call for the WSIS Forum 2019 high-level track facilitators is also very important. As you know, during the high-level segment, we are looking forward to having the high-level dialogues, and the moderators coming from different sectors, as you know, government, private sector, civil society, academia, are all invited to present their representatives in order to best moderate and shape these high-level dialogues for the purpose of development. In addition to this, as I mentioned, the WSIS Forum took place for the first time in 2017, and now we have the new call for the 2019, depicting how ICTs are enabling Sustainable Development Goals and generally the development. The photos will be collected on 10th of February 2019, and the call also is to be, and the submissions are to be submitted electronically. You please find all the information at the WSIS Forum 2019 website. This is the slide on the WSIS Forum building blocks, things that are happening during the WSIS Forum in the past and things that we will have in 2019 with the different innovations, of course. I invite you to explore all of them and see how are we addressing different issues within the different shaped format. Some of the innovations that we started and some of the new tracks that we included in the WSIS Forum in the past, and that we are looking forward to see also at the 2019, would be the virtual reality for Sustainable Development Goals. Also, we are working together with the locally licensed TED Talks, TEDx Geneva, who are also bringing together their communities and inspirational speeches during the WSIS Forum. Also, we started the hackathon in 2017. Our first hackathon was on coding for e-health. This year we had coding for Hack Against Hunger. And next year we're looking together with our colleagues from UNESCO to organize hackathon on e-learning. Something that I would like to hear more from our colleague Sasha from UNESCO. Youth engagement is something that we started last year in actually this year in 2018 as the last edition of the WSIS Forum, and we're looking forward to have this track strengthened in the future, together with bringing the vloggers and YouTubers to the WSIS Forum, organizing special events for them where they can feel empowered and we can hear their suggestions, challenges, and opportunities for the young generations. And that we were also looking into hearing from them something that would benefit the youth around the world related to the use of ICTs for development. And now we are back to the slide on the 2019 hackathon, Coding for E-Learning. Please see the information on the slide, and Sasha, maybe you'd like to share some more information about this.
Sure, thank you, Vladimir. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the theme of this year's hackathon will be hacking solutions for lifelong learning and livelihoods. This builds on a lot of the work that UNESCO is doing to encourage digital skills and digital entrepreneurship, notably in the framework of our work of the Youth Mobile Initiative and our Searching for Martha initiative, part of this framework, which looks at encouraging young girls and women to develop digital skills, to produce local solutions for local challenges related to sustainable development. At UNESCO, we promote open solutions and free and open source software, and one of the things that we are looking at is how to use open solutions to develop locally targeted solutions for issues ranging from maternal health to access to educational textbooks, to peace building, to issues related to mother tongue and languages across the African continent. And one of the things that we will be doing will be building on our experience with Youth Mobile, as well as our experience promoting media and information literacy in partnership with our education sector, who is developing guidelines related to digital skills, digital policy frameworks, and digital entrepreneurship. This hackathon will be building on hackathons that we have foreseen across particularly the African continent, but also globally, in partnership with our private sector partners, which include SAP, looking at how to bring together the public and private sector to develop local digital solutions to issues related to lifelong learning and livelihoods. So we look forward to working jointly with our UN partners, as well as with the private sector and some of our beneficiaries on the ground, to making this a success.
I will open the floor for questions after the presentations. We have
Thank you.
Renata.
Sorry, I jumping in with a comment during your presentation, but really interesting and exciting, because the most difficult thing in hackathons is to get a good number of participation of women. And we have a human rights, gender and youth main session tomorrow at 4:30. Which will be a town hall format. Everyone can present and invite a project. So I'd really appreciate it if you could come and share the invitation. But most of all, I have been in WSIS now for years. I am a huge fan. And I've always been to the hackathon spaces as well. And I think one thing that would be really important is to make it a fluid, open space. Because not only you need to attract women, but you have women of several ages, of several expertises. You have here cybersecurity hackers who are, you look at them and you would never guess, and they would love to participate in a hackathon. So leaving the space open for possible drop-in contributors would be really interesting, and drop-in mentors would be really interesting to engage more the community, because the community is a fan of the space in WSIS, and it's quite nice to hear that it will be there again. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. We at WSIS Forum and WSIS Process are taking the gender issue seriously, and also the hackathon this year actually had quite a big number, and very the presentation was equally footed. And I'll share with you more particular information on how many participants. Actually, altogether it was 79 participants, but how many were women and how many were men. Definitely, we will be following your work, and thank you for your contribution. Maybe I can just continue to share with you that all are invited, all who are interested in the ICT for development are invited to join the hackathon. The teams will be set up in 3 to 8. Per team, people per team, and also not only those who are capable of coding, but also those who can share their concepts are free to join. Please get us, inform us about your willingness to be a part of the hackathon by email, or also at the VSIS forum. There will be a link for this. As you all know, VSIS Forum is the extra budgetary event. We would like to thank to all of those who have been supporting the VSIS Forum in the past. And the ongoing call for the new partnerships is also available on the VSIS Forum 2019 website. It's contributions to the VSIS Fund in Trust. The partnership packages are strengthened this year also by including the silver strategic partner. And I would like to also announce the so far confirmed partners. The gold sponsor is the Saudi Arabia, and the contributing partners are coming from Poland, Switzerland, and ICANN. Thank you all again for contributing, and I would like to invite all of you to consider joining VSIS Forum 2019, exploring the partnership packages, and contribute to this important event and process in general. These are the social media channels that VSIS Process and VSIS Forum are using heavily. Last year we also included the Instagram channel. We already have a lot of followers on the Twitter and Facebook. YouTube is also a channel that we use for all our highlights, videos, also interviews that we have with high-level speakers, participants, also the VSIS Prize winners. I invite you to explore all of our social media channels and contribute from your side. Finally, we came to the last slide, inviting you all to again contribute and participate, and to thank you for all your contributions so far. These are the important websites, the VSIS online presence, and also you may write to us on the VSIS-info@itu.int. We can come back to any of the slides if you have any questions later on. And right now, I would like to introduce Denise from UNDESA, who will give also a short presentation related to how are they contributing to the VSIS process, especially on the action lines that they are facilitating. Maybe I can do it from here for you.
Sure. Maybe go to the first slide, please.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Denis. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vladimir, and good afternoon, everyone. We are very happy to be part of the VSIS platform, VSIS Forum. I am coming from United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And we are the co-facilitator for 3 VSIS action lines. You can see them in the next slide. So C1, the role of public governance authorities and all stakeholders in the promotion of ICT for development, C7, e-government, and C11, international and regional cooperation. As you know, this IGF forum is an outcome of the VSIS VSIS Summit. So we are here because of VSIS, and we are very happy also and thankful to UNESCO for hosting us here. I would like to use my short time to give you an update what we've been doing in the C7 e-government. But before that, these are the work areas in our department. So we work a lot with intergovernmental support. That means we support member states in their discussions in technology for development issues. Together with UNCTAD every year, as you know, there is a resolution in New York in General Assembly on how we can use technology for development. We also do a lot of capacity development. That's on e-government. We work with different countries to improve their e-government development. And we also do research and analytical work. And Vladimir, if you can give me the publication next to you. This is one of our flagship publications. It's called UN E-Government Survey. We've been doing this every other year since early 2000s. We also have a DESA booth, I think number 56 in IGF Village. You can go and get copies from there. Next slide, please. So what is UN e-government survey? It's the only survey that assesses the state of e-government development in 193 UN member states. It's used as a benchmark tool to measure e-government development, build government capacity, and provide policy recommendations. In the last edition, we are looking at sustainable and resilient societies, but in one of the chapters, we also look at emerging technologies, new technologies, such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and how those are used by governments. So I invite you to look at that later, and it's also available on our website. So let me allow you briefly mention our methodology. So when we measure e-government development, we end up producing an index called e-government development index. That's a composite index of 3 sub-indexes. The first one is online service index. So to construct the online service index, we look at national portals and of the 193 UN member states. We have around 160, 170 different features that we check, and you can also those features that we assess in the annex of the survey. So it starts with some basic features, and it goes for advanced features such as like making transactions online, etc. And the second component is telecommunication infrastructure index. This data is coming from ITU. Mostly, is there infrastructure available in the country to use e-government? And the third one is human capital. So is there enough human capital to use the e-government services? Next, please. Yeah. So these are the indicators that we use in the telecommunication infrastructure index. It goes with number of internet users, mobile subscribers, etc. All data coming from ITU, and we work closely with ITU's ICT Development Index. The next set of data is Human Capital Index, and it's coming mostly from UNESCO, so it's a joint collaboration among the agencies you see here. Next. So maybe a few highlights from the recent publication. So as you see, we classify countries according to their score. Very high is those countries scored 0.75 and above, high between 0.50 and 75. As you see, the top section of the graphs, the green and the purple one, are increasing over the years since 2003, and blue, the lowest, is decreasing. So we see an improvement, natural improvement in e-government development around the world. Next, please. If you look at regions overall, there is no surprise. Europe is leading, and followed by Americas and Asia. If you look at the subcomponents, I mentioned there are 3 different components of EGDI, OSI, HCI, TII. HCI, human capital, is highest in all regions, and infrastructure is the lowest contributor in all regions. So that also tells us, confirms us that we all need to work on connectivity. Next, please. So for example, this is one finding also with ITU data. If you look at Africa, they spend maybe 14% of their GDP on mobile broadband, but their connection is very low compared to other regions. And if you look at Europe, the percentage of income we spend on mobile broadband is much less, and it's more available here. Again, we all end up with connectivity. Yeah, next. So if I can give you some rankings. So in the globally, Denmark is number 1, followed by Australia and Republic of Korea. UK was number 1 in 2016. And these countries are pretty much very close to each other. So there are really not much difference among the top 10, top 20. And as you see, mostly European. Next. So what we found when we checked the online services, 3 most common online services is utilities payment, submission of income taxes, and registration of new business. And this checking of the portals, we use 2 researchers speaking the language of that country. Usually these people are students in US. And then there are additional checks within our department. Next, please. Another trend is countries are increasing their data online. So we see the increasing trend in the number of open government data portals worldwide. So from 2014 to 2018. One sub-index that we use is e-participation index, we call it. So how citizens are involved in participating in policy making. For that, we look at e-information. Information needs to be available, e-consultation and e-decision making, so different tools. In that one, next please, yeah. So again, usual suspects are leading the ranking in that one. This year, in the 2018 edition, for the first time, we looked at local service delivery, local online service delivery. We've selected around 40 cities, regionally balanced, and as much as possible, we try to look at the capital city. If not, we look at the largest. We first try to look at the largest city in that country. And most of the time that was also the capital city, but it's different for some countries. So we checked how municipalities are providing e-government services to citizens. As you know, most of the things that we do with government is happening at the local level. So you can look at Chapter 7 for the details of that study. This was done together with United Nations University. I can just share with you, because of time, there are some results. So Moscow is the number 1 in that, according to our findings, followed with Cape Town, Tallinn, and London, and other cities in top. These are the cities that scored 75% or more. And as I said, we only looked at 40 cities. We are planning to expand this work in the coming years. So if you compare cities and countries, again, it's the same classification. If you look at very high, y-axis is the cities. So if you look at very high, for example, Madrid, Spain is a very high country, and Madrid is also ended up with a very high ranking. The outlier here is, for example, Mexico City. While Mexico National Portal performs very well in our assessment, the portal of Mexico City is only medium. So we can see that in Mexico, for example, there is a lot of focus on national portal development, but not much in the city level. And same you can say for Berlin or Toronto. On the other hand, there are also opposites. So country can be low, but the city, for example, Bangkok, country is high, but the city is medium. Yeah. So it's okay. So I mean, what you can take away from my presentation is, last slide, please. So we do this e-government survey every 2 years, every even years. European countries are leading, and only 4 countries from Africa is above the world average. The progress in Asia and America is slow, but at least we can notice that. And we see that more and more countries providing online services to the most vulnerable groups. And All 193 UN member states have national portals, and 140 of them provide transactional services. So, thank you.
Thank you, Denis, for this thorough presentation. We look forward to the report to be presented also at the WSIS Forum 2019, most likely with some updates. Thanks a lot, and I would like now to address and allow our WSIS Prize winner in 2019 from Internet Society for the project Digital Schools Chapterton. It was rewarded in the category Regional and International Cooperation. We have with us Ms. Joyce Donier. Please, Joyce, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to present or to talk a little bit about the project that we did. At the Internet Society, we promote a globally connected, secure, and trustworthy Internet. And as you all probably, I hope, agree on, the Internet is probably one of the most powerful tools for inclusion. And that when we use it for a force of good, it can really enable but also accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, we believe that everybody has a very important role to play in the Internet ecosystem and also in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And that the only way we will be able to actually achieve those very ambitious goals that have been set is through partnership and collaboration. Now, for 15 years now, I think it is, right, Vladimir? The WSIS Forum has really been a key platform to discuss important sustainable development issues related to ICT. And so for the Internet Society, sustainable development, we're an organization that exists now almost 26 years. Sustainable development as such is nothing new. It's something that making sure that the ICT is used for the improvement of the people's lives is something that is really at the heart of the organization. But we also know that the key of the success to that lies with the people. It lies with the local communities, it lies with the people on the ground. And it lies to the communities that actually use the internet to improve the lives within their own communities. So this is one of the things where we're very proud and very honored to actually have received the WSIS Prize this year. The prize was given for a project that was done by our chapters, so we have 135 chapters globally. The chapterthon, which is like the marathon or chapterthon, you know, that's how we played with the word, was around digital schools, so internet and education, so digital schools. The WSIS Prize is what we saw is really giving the opportunity to people to basically an opportunity to people to showcase the importance of the work that they do at local and at regional level. But again, shining the light on projects that are tackling some of the biggest problems related to ICT. And so what we did is that we invited our global community, our chapters, to participate in this marathon or chapterthon, as we called it. We had 30 chapters that said, okay, yeah, we'll play the game, we'll play, you know, we'll run the marathon, we'll do the chapterthon. And they developed 30 projects in their respective countries. And so the projects were ranging from connecting schools to the internet. Some of them did coding classes teaching classes for kids, for girls. Some of them was about training the teachers, understanding that if you don't train the teachers, you actually don't get the results within the education. It's not just the kids that we talk about, it's also the teachers that we need to educate. Some of them did projects around raising awareness around safety on the internet, so child safety, online safety. Some of them developed an online platform for a school and helped to create educational and local content in local language. So they became very, very creative, I have to say. So those are some of the examples. You can actually go and visit, I'm sure, the WSIS Prize's website to find out more details about the specific projects. So the projects actually contributed not only to SDG 4, so education, but also SDG 5, gender inclusion, so really looking at bringing in girls and young women in the use of ICT. But to us, the most important piece was also that it really showcased the importance of global partnership. And so adding another number, we also had SDG 17. And so looking at collaboration and partnership was really what made the difference, because the chapters really talked to each other, they found ideas, they collaborated at local level, but also among themselves. And so what we saw is that it was really, it made a difference. We really saw that for the kids in the schools, for the teachers, for the parents in some cases, it really made a difference. They're small projects, but if you actually amplify them and manage to scale them at regional or even global level in this case, it really makes a difference. And so specifically for the WSIS prizes, I have to say that it created an amazing buzz, not only around the prize that we won. I mean, they were very proud. We were very proud of everybody that was involved and that actually did the projects. But it also created a buzz, and it created a lot of discussion around the importance of the internet and ICTs in general around education and how it can actually support the achievement of certain goals. So we see that a lot of small projects are happening, and WSIS prizes and a lot of the community involved in WSIS, they all come with amazing stories and amazing projects. And having a platform like WSIS and having the recognition then through WSIS prizes to those projects that are done at local level by people who very often do this in a volunteer capacity really gives them a global platform to shine, to share, to collaborate, and to potentially find new partners as well. And so I just, I want to say thank you, because of course we were very proud, but I also want to applaud the efforts that ITU and WSIS is doing with all the partners involved in providing that opportunity to the people that actually participate. So last words, I would again, say, please, share your stories, apply for the prizes. It's to the reach of anyone, any small, large, medium NGO that has, or organization that has projects, deserve to be seen and deserve to be heard and deserve to be to have the opportunity to shine and to be able to share and partner potentially to then scale their projects at a bigger level. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and looking forward to the 2019 version of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Joyce, very much. The best promotion for something you do always comes through the words of others. 2018 WSIS Prizes has been a great run for Internet Society, and we do hope that you will continue to promote your work through the WSIS Prizes, and perhaps share your database of ICT projects. I'm sure you have a lot of them. We would love to have them all. And this is something in addition that I would like to also add to all of you participating here physically or remotely. Do use the opportunity. We have only 2 more weeks until the deadline. Submission is fairly simple. It is online on the WSIS Prizes website. Promote your work, but don't forget to promote the work of others. I'm sure you have your someone from your community or your networks, maybe a neighbor, maybe a talented kid in school who is already doing an amazing work. What are the ICT projects? Don't think only about the big funded great projects, but also great in a sense of funds or the outreach, but also think about the small projects. Sometimes people are having a hard time to even connect, but they're doing the best to maybe open a blog or use a Facebook page to inform their neighborhood or their small community about some potential challenges or opportunities. And this is already an ICT project. It is using ICT technologies and to help some small community develop. So again, submit your projects by the 30th of November. Promote this on your websites. Reach out back to us. As I mentioned, we do have the booth here on number 37. I can help you share more promotional material that you can put on your websites, on your social media channels. Let's make the record, and moreover, let's promote those who should be promoted. Before we conclude, we have 4 more minutes. I would like to open the floor for questions. Also, if anyone has a question remotely, our colleague Ocean will help us with that. Maybe I can ask already some of you, have you been participating and contributing to the WSIS forum and WSIS process in the past? If not, if this is something new, please do explore our websites. We have been building VISIS Prize, VISIS Forum, and VISIS Prizes websites for each year individually. Also, you can go and track the historical VISIS process in digital form on the visis.org, where you can see how we started in 1998 with the proposition to have VISIS Summit established, and then 2003 and 5, later on 2009 and so on. Although this meeting, the focus is on the 2019, by exploring the past, you will see what was the experience we had so far, and how others contributed, and how you can also follow or maybe even make innovations. As I mentioned, we are open to your suggestions. This is the open consultation process meeting, and it is focused and dedicated on you telling us what you think the next forum and other VISIS-related processes should be alike. And again, I would like to open the slide on the open calls. Please make sure that you do follow the deadlines. It is very important that you reach out to us prior to these deadlines. And before closing, maybe some from the panelists would like to share final remarks. Sasha?
What an honor to close this session. I would like, on behalf of all of the UN agencies that are involved, both present today, so ITU and UNDESA, but also UNCTAD and UNDP, who are not with us today, reiterate the commitment that the UN has as it concerns mainstreaming ICTs and sustainable development, but also to bridging the divides that exist, let's say, and working both with the public and private sector to make our commitments in the framework of the WSIS follow-up a reality and a success. So we look forward to welcoming you in the spring to Geneva, where it will be a little bit warmer than it is now. So I'm sure there'll be a lot more people that will be happy to participate to continue this discussion, and would also like to reiterate that anybody who's interested both in the hackathon and in contributing with their ideas and proposals are most welcome. The platform that exists, which is the WSIS Forum, is intended, as Vladimir rightly underlined, a crowdsourcing event, and what we need from civil society and from the WSIS community is not only your ideas, but also innovation to make sure that the UN, with our civil society partners and private sector partners, continue to put ICTs at the heart of sustainable development and development at large. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you to the UN agencies for the example of delivering as one at the highest level as it concerns policies and programs. And we look forward to welcoming you in Geneva in the spring.
Thank you, Sasha. Thank you all for joining this meeting. We came to the closing. Again, come back to us by mail, go through the websites, or come physically at UNESCO, UNDESA, or ITU exhibition booths during the IGF. Thanks again. And thank Ocean for your help.
Check, check. Check, check. Check. Test, test, test. Test, test. Un, deux, un, deux. Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, test, test. Un, deux, test, test. Test, test. test.